likes that. You get what I'm saying? We stand on business. Like I don't give a fuck what any foreigner say. If you put 100 Black Americans in a room with 1,000 fucking foreigners, you know we all coming out unscathed. You know what I'm saying? And they hate that shit. They hate that we like damn near superhumans. Feel me? So, but yeah, keep your foot on their neck.
Appreciate it, bro. Nah, I agree with you 100. I didn't even, you know that? I never even used that angle. Y'all started the delineation process. I never even used that angle. Whoa. I've always said it, but that was a great way to put it. Like, I'm gonna start saying that. Like, that's a really good position to put that. Look, I'm the reason why, like, all right, I'm gonna be honest. I really don't. How should I say this? I never like to make this the narrative of what I'm intentionally trying to do. I don't want people to think that my whole thing is trying to do this diaspora wars or this diaspora thing. I just want to educate people. It doesn't matter on who's right, it matters if it's right. That's the difference between us and them. I'm not competing with them. I'm not fighting with them. We're not fighting with them. We just know what is correct. There's a difference. You guys want to talk, they want to talk bullshit. Great. You can keep that bullshit and that delusion to yourself. These interactions that I have with any of them show the difference. It's crazy that they portray us to be uneducated, ghetto, belligerent, and then when I sit down and have a conversation with them and ask them particular questions, they can't even articulate any of the statements that they say because it's all false propaganda that's been infused into their ideologies based off of what? Based off a white society that broke them down. Now they don't even appreciate living in their own fucking country. Like it's just crazy. Like they don't, bro. It's just crazy. You know they got mad at me when I asked them, "Why don't you wear your African clothes?"
Yeah, because they
That's
sitting over there dressed
crazy.
in all American shit. Like literally, I ain't see one video you had where they literally dressed in their own shit. Like literally, like at all. Like and so I definitely feel you. And whole time to your point, like when I say when you see all this shit going on online, like the diaspora wars or anything, usually know what it is. Black Americans are defending ourselves. It don't be us just waking up in the morning like, oh, I'm just gonna fuck with some Africans or Jamaicans, or we be minding our fucking business. Anytime we're in reaction and defensive mode, you get what I'm saying? But they just be so fucking butthurt. Ever since Boys in the Hood, when that boy called that boy an African booty scratcher, they literally hold on to that shit. Like when I used to be in school, the only people we used to call booty scratchers was other Black Americans. Feel me? Like we didn't give a fuck. Like I'm a nigga, not just waking up just thinking like, oh, these Africans, these Africans. No, but it's like when you get online, we always gotta defend ourselves from attacks from them, and not just Africans, Caribbeans, the whole diaspora.
You know, the crazy thing is that a lot of people don't really speak about is, you know, like I got a video. I got a video I'm editing right now for Thursday. It's gonna be crazy. Yo, I never knew that Jamaicans was on the other side of the aisle until I got to the UK. Like Jamaicans, like no offense to any, like, and I'm not talking about Jamaicans who are in Jamaica. I'm talking about these people who live in the UK. Like they're institutionalized. Like I got a video that's coming out on Thursday of this Jamaican guy really going back and forth with me in the most like I completely embarrassed him. Like I just made him walk into the whole shit. And I'm sitting there, I'm just like, yo, this is gonna be a viral ass video because it's literally one after the other, after the other, after the other, and it's just like crazy. But ooh, I'm just like I'm just it's very interesting, this whole situation that the Caribbean people who went over there in the Windrush, they lost the war. Majority of the melanated people who live in the UK done lost the war. They forgot who they was. They forgot where they came from. They forgot majority of yeah, but they claim over to the high notes of everything that their culture has accomplished. But as for them, how the fuck you Jamaican and don't even know what continent your Jamaica's in? I asked the African Nigerian guy yesterday on live on YouTube. Yo, like we because I was live streaming on YouTube and he was like, yo, ask them questions, right? Let me see how you do it. I asked these Nigerian guys, like, yo, name me. He's like, oh, you think in Africa they didn't have people fighting for their rights and stuff? I said, okay, name me one. Name me one African. They said Nelson Mandela. I said, no, 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 don't use Nelson Mandela. That's a commercialized name that everybody knows. Name me somebody else. And it's millions. Name me one. Different countries, different cities. Name me one. They said, we don't gotta. I said, how the fuck you don't know any of these people that sacrificed their lives for you to be in the place that you at right now? These people really died for you to be here. And you talking about you don't know who they are? We don't need to know. What? The disrespect is crazy. I could never. Every single day I wake up and I think about all the black Americans who died for me to be in the position that I'm in, to walk freely at this moment in time. You think I'm not gonna be the best version of myself? Are you crazy? Nah. I owe these people a duty. They lost their lives, families, grandparents, mothers, children. They really died. They really died. The fuck is y'all talking about? You don't know these people names. You don't know anything about what? No, you forgot who you was. You forgot where you came from. And these particular talking points is what we're gonna really have. Are you call yourself black? What does that mean to you? Melanated skin? That's not what it means to us. And as soon as you understand that, and then matter of fact, you don't even need to understand that. Just know you're not like us. You're just as foreign as the Chinese. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. That's just the way the fuck it is. You're just as foreign. And I got no respect. I got no disrespect for you guys. Like I love everything y'all do. I love your culture. I love your history. Cool, cool, cool. That's all great. I appreciate your culture, appreciate your history. Same way I appreciate Chinese, Japanese, any other culture, any other appreciation. We all appreciate all that stuff. Cool. But what do you think? You tell me, oh yeah, but you're African. Fine. I'm African. Prove it. Can you? No. You can't prove shit. You can't even prove that you African. Can you? No, you can't. You and this is what I'm gonna fuck them up by. You can't prove your shit, bro. You from Africa, right? Yeah. How you know you from Africa? My parents are from Africa. Cool. How far back you can go back in your lineage? You can't. You didn't have the census. You don't have no documentation. You just got hypothetical theories and mysteries. Now we could all say, yeah, but we all accepted that they from these places. But we don't know that. I got family. My family goes all the way back to Virginia. I had to do some digging and diving to get that particular information. Paperwork. They don't got no paperwork. They only got word of mouth. So how can you tell me that anything you say is true? Shit, you could tell me that your great great grandfather was Elvis Presley. The fuck? How the fuck am I supposed to believe that? Nah, bro. I'm not accepting anything y'all saying no more. Show me your paperwork. We lost, we don't know where we coming from. Show me your paperwork. Where's your paperwork? You got no paperwork because y'all don't got no census. So anything you saying is irrelevant. Oh, how can I what? You don't even know where you come from, bro. Tell me something about you. You're not even in the homeland that you was born to be in. You speak English. And then you speak with an African dialect when you speak it to African people so you can feel like you can relate. Cut the shit. Cut the shit. Stop it. Stop it. How you got two different dialects? How you got two different English dialects? That shit don't make no sense to me. How you got two different English dialects? And it's not code switching, because code switching is a completely different thing. You got two different English dialects, bro. You speak in the African way when you're with African people to act like you can relate to them. But then as soon as you speak to English people, it's fancy, yeah, big man, yeah. It's not even English, it's Jamaican, bro. Listen, but I'm gonna fuck these people up. I'm gonna try to do it in the most chill, respectful way. But homie, like I'm not gonna front. Like he was talking, I'm a host. I try to be a respectful host. I try to be civilized. I try to be cool. But the way this guy was talking in that video just seemed like he's from the hood. And I feel like the only way I'm gonna have to talk to him is talk to him on some hood shit. But then at the same time, I know I can't. And that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say, I can't really talk to you the same way I would talk to the homies in the hood, like on a real tip, because that's what you'll use as ammo to say that, look, they're ignorant, they're belligerent. So I'm gonna conduct myself in a civilized manner and articulate myself in the most civilized way because I know I'm representing more people than you might be representing. Because we don't even know who you represent. You don't represent Africa. You left them. You left
Exactly.
them.
And you could still like I feel you with you like you want to be able to articulate and just show some restraint, But you could be hostile and be nice at the same time. Like, cause I'm trying to tell you, the shit is for real. You see what they trying to do to hip hop. They trying to steal our shit. These people be literally hostile. Feel me? And I understand you a peaceful man and all that. But nah, you gotta return that shit. And you can still be, you know what I'm saying? You can still be peaceful with it, but just stand on business. Cause a lot of them gonna keep trying to say you don't know your roots. You from Africa. I be sick and so motherfucking tired of people trying to Africanize us. 98% of fucking black Americans was already here on this continent. We're aboriginal to this shit. They always try to
Exactly.
Africanize us. We're not fucking African. Only 3% of Africans even made it to this motherfucking continent. Feel me? So sometimes, like, I understand you definitely got a job to do. You know what I'm saying? You could be respectable, but stand on motherfucking business because they be hostile. They be extra aggressive with you. Feel me? Even when they sitting there looking dumb as shit. Feel me? They look dumb. They run away from your camera. They start trying to laugh it off and cope. Know what I'm saying? But they really be wanting to be super aggressive with you. I be seeing some of them videos. Some of them niggas be wanting to really give you that business. Feel me?
Nah, nah, bro.
So
I understand what you're saying. There's only one problem. There's only one problem with that. And one of the things I'm gonna pull out, on them is the reclassification of Indians. We're gonna pull that out on them eventually. So if the ones who know if you type in Indians and type in if you type in Indian reclassification, Google that real quick for yourself so you can know that. That's just some knowledge for y'all to listen to it. Google that for yourselves. But we won't pull that out on them. But the problem is, there's somebody else in the UK. His name is Kate Jordy, right? He's a black American. He makes similar content, but he lets them slide every single time, you know? And I'm not really trying to get into the whole thing of it all, but he's playing both sides. Like, he's just trying to be a peaceful little person by using this topic as a fucking niche. And it's cool. Like, all right, not everybody's gonna be standing on business type shit. Not everybody's for the culture. He's from like Maryland or one of them other countries, one of them other states or cities and stuff like that. So he's from like countryside type shit. He's not really a city cat like me. I'm from the city, so I can't, I can't talk like I want to talk because uh I gotta always keep in mind that he's playing a white game, if that makes sense. Like, he's playing a white game, and I don't want Drake to get in position that Kendrick should be in. Ooh, I hope that makes sense. I don't want a Drake to get in the position that Kendrick should be in. So I gotta play this particular situation smart, and I'm not gonna be on some crazy shit. I'm gonna really articulate myself digitally. So by the time the people, because right now you got both sides listening to his situation, but he's not really standing on business and putting his foot to their grounds and really shutting them down when they say foolish ass shit. He just using them statements to get clickbaity ass fucking clips and then allowing them to walk all over us because he's not really a city cat. So it's just crazy. So I just let that shit rock. I'm like, all right, cool. I know this is another person I got to really deal with, but I'm gonna get to him when I get to him. But right now, we playing the long game, so I'm gonna play and articulate it, and hopefully, we see how this shit go. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be. How should I say
that
it?
aggressive. I feel you now. I understand. But like, know what?
Yeah,
Like, so you see
like
the sister on the stage, CC Freeman. Like, man,
yeah.
look, she probably could tell you better than I can, cause she be
No,
standing
bro,
on that shit.
that's my homie. I know
She be
Cece.
standing on that shit for real. And she do it like nice and eloquently, but you know what I'm saying? But I be seeing her, she be standing on that shit heavy.
Yeah, bro, I know. I know. It's like it's when in these particular situations, like, like I understand that I'm in a position where I have a very powerful voice on these particular platforms, and they just waiting for me to slip up in any particular way to say and I'm not doing that. You're not gonna trick me out my spot. I don't care. Ego and pride, that shit don't mean nothing. We just want straight facts and evidence. Prove your statement. Articulate yourself. You're not gonna make me get upset. I'm sorry. There's nothing you can say that get me frustrated. I'm gonna stay calm, collective. You gonna be upset because I went to public school. you you gonna be upset because I went to public school. I'm gonna say some shit that's gonna hurt your feelings on the low, and you gonna feel it. Hit you in the jugular, but you're not gonna get me upset, bro. Cool. Articulate that point, but I just want to make sure that like people know like what's really going on over here in Europe and stuff like that. and they really got these podcasts. And that's what I'm not gonna even like this man, this guy, cool. I'm really gonna start getting at this fucking podcast group for even allowing them to air that on their platform. Cause he's nothing. He's nothing. I'm gonna get that collab for that guy, put him in check, and then I'm gonna just air out that podcast group. Like, how you let these people talk crazy to the people that help boost your whole lifestyle, your whole livelihood, all the opportunities that you got came from the backs of people from outside of the world, and you sitting here allowing this to go on your. You're anti-black. Matter of fact, no, I'm not gonna even do that. I'm not gonna even do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that because I'll be giving them more clout. I'll be giving them more shine. I can't be giving them more. No, no. I'm just gonna use this to prove my point and move on and just leave them going. I'm gonna just let y'all know I'm in a very critical ass situation because a lot of people try to bait me. Like um as much as I feel like a normal person, I'm chatting and stuff like that. And I'm not saying this to be like arrogant or anything like that at all. I do realize that I have a really big platform on multiple platforms, and people can try to exploit that by trying to get me to associate themselves with me to be able to tap into the American market, tap into the Black American, to make them. Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not co-signing motherfuckers. What I am gonna do is just embarrass the fuck out of you and allow you to stick your foot in your own mouth while educating everybody else. I'm not gonna say anything that sound crazy. I'm just gonna ask you questions, and you're gonna, your ego and your pride is just gonna put you in a position where you are the lost one. Well, you are in a different country, so you technically are lost. But okay, then that's what's gonna happen. As for everybody else, like if you see these videos pop up and stuff like that, tag me. You see anybody in the UK talking crazy or crazy ass podcast, tag me. Say why, or ask some questions. Yo, why you got these UK people talking? Why you don't got Adonis in there? Why you having conversations about Black Americans in fucking London and you from Africa? What the fuck is that? I'm sorry, excuse me. You from Africa, you in London, and you talking about Americans by dressing like an American. The fuck? Using our slang. What? Like, how does that sound? Like, what is going on here? Like really, you don't even have an identity anymore. Like, let's really talk about it. Just because you still eat African food and listen to African artists, don't mean you still African, my guy. All right, now that sounds crazy. I'm not gonna say that because that can be taken out of context. but like, and that's the angle. That's the angle, bro. That's literally it. I'm sorry, you're not even a real African to me. What you mean? I'm not bro. You left your country. You abandoned your people. You abandoned what they was fighting for. You could have been a soldier to help that country uplift itself, and you in the UK talking about Americans. They should be embarrassed. They over there really fighting for their lives and really making steps and really taking steps to make their economy and their civilization grow. And you over here in London being an uppity nigga talking about Americans. Embarrassing. This is the African pride that you came from? Come on. I respect real Africans who are still in Africa, building up their company, building up their community, building up their people, and responding. Now let's clarify something. I don't got no disrespect for Africans. I don't got no disrespect for Caribbeans. I do not like false propaganda being promoted international on an international level. I do not like that. You do not represent English speaking people. You are not an English speaking culture. You are a African who migrated over to the UK who adapted the language of English, and now you're using that to associate yourself with Black Americans to feel like you're in the same pot or hole. Well, right now, I'm gonna be that person to smack you right back out of that pot or hole and tell you you're not even on the fucking step. You're not even a part of this association. You are just as foreign as the motherfucking Chinese. No, no, I'm sorry. Like, no, I'm not sorry. That's just what the fuck it is. You're just as foreign as the Chinese. You don't have any particular stance on this particular conversation. You should not be talking and have the audacity to open up your mouth and say some crazy shit about that. Not even a Chinese person or Asian person, Spanish person would say some crazy shit like that about us. Why would you think that it's acceptable for you to have that conversation about us? And then you're not even in Africa helping your people at all. You minding other tribes' businesses. You a gossip girl. The fuck? You think you Wendy Williams? No, let me stop.
No,
I'm
but that's why
going.
they be so mad. Like even with the term,
Can I
so
have my turn?
okay,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
CC.
I've been waiting a long damn time. Peace, love, and reparations to you, Adonis and Dylan, Kyrie, to the space. I want to touch before I get into what I really want to say. I want to touch on a few things that that were said, but Adonis, I'm laughing because you remind me and a lot of people in this space, in that you started out good natured about this thing, but the more you talk to them, you kind of get radicalized, and you realize you really got to stand on business because they believe they're BS. And then you're over in the UK, so you know how they like to say it's just banter, and we don't banter. They think it's cute going back and forth, and they play really dirty. Oh, you're just slaves, you're bullet bags, you baby mamas, whatever. They don't know in the United States, like, you get a hurting put on you for saying certain things, because the things that they're saying to us are historical harms. And then they wonder why somebody said we're retaliating. We've reached the crush phase. We will crush these people with our mouths and however else if they, try to buck up in our own country. But that whole banter thing, they don't know how to stand up for themselves. So they want to have little slick mouths with people like little children. But somebody else mentioned something about delineation, how they delineate it. And so what they do is they delineate all over the world, but somehow in the United States they think they're us, and now they're starting to speak up from every corner of the world in a white country, acting like they're us, using southern accents and all this stuff, while waving their flag all over the world. Then they stereotype us to justify their lack of accomplishments. If they can tear us down to where they are, because see, a lot of us are too polite to say what I'm saying. They want us to be a lower class people. We're not them. And I say that to their faces because we have accomplishments. We're not lost to the title of the room. We have history that transcends everybody in the world, rooted in this land. And so they want to tear us down. It's like when you got that real hood person, and they're like, don't forget where you came from. We didn't come from Africa. We definitely don't come from your ancient culture or your present modern culture. So anyway, that bothers me. And then they're so hyper focused on us. Those are Caribbeans over there in the UK talking about we're lost. They're Caribbeans. They came over on the transatlantic slave trade, but the Africans and their own Caribbeans don't attack them. But we're supposed to be lesser than and lost, but they don't say that to the Caribbeans. They don't say that to the Australian Aboriginals. They don't say that to Brazilians, right? They don't say that to dark-skinned Mexicans. There's Mexicans over there celebrating Juneteenth, every Juneteenth in Mexico, melanated Mexicans. But they're so hyper focused on us, and they don't want to admit they actually love us to the point where they hate us. They're so jealous. But one of the things I really wanted to bring up, if you pay attention to these people, their parents, they come here, no entry plan, no exit plan. They come to the United States. Now, a lot of times these people are the coons in their country. They were picked because there was a coup or whatever. They were overthrown. The United States government is going to let those people come here first, just like the Ukrainians and the Afghanis and all that. Those are the coons and the sellouts of their country. So they're being indoctrinated into that, into their homes. And the ones that aren't are privileged people. Then the third group are people that were lucky enough to win the lottery or get a scholarship to college. So their only entry plan is, I'm going to the United States or the UK to survive. That is not a plan. They don't have an exit plan. And I'll give you an example. I don't know if everybody's paying attention to this, but Burkina Faso, they kicked France out of Burkina Faso and said, you're not going to exploit us anymore. We're not paying post colonial taxes. They kicked out their military and everything. Niger, same thing. They haven't even stopped to think, what happens if all these other African countries start doing the same thing, and France and other European countries go, oh, okay, well, you guys aren't paying post-colonial taxes anymore. You're now a hostile sovereign entity to us. Y'all gotta leave. Like you said, Adonis, they're over there trying to be so bougie and dandy and high class and assimilate into a culture that's not even theirs. They don't know what to do if they got shipped back. They don't have a sense of, hey, they go, oh, we're going to make our money here and we're exploiting the US because they colonized us, or Europe, and we're going to make that money and then we're going to go back home. They never go back home, and when they do, statistics have shown they are back over here and in the UK in 2 to 3 years. So they have no entry plan, they have no exit plan. They, if anything jumps off, like right now the whole world is unstable. If anything jumps off, are you European? Are you American? Or are you African? Or are you Caribbean? And are you in touch with your culture enough to go back home and live comfortably and not get smacked down? Because they don't like those people that jump ship. And then one of the last things I want to say is that they keep talking about African booty scratcher. I used to ask them this on Clubhouse. And I said, what have Black Americans ever done to you such that you have such animus towards us? And they're like, "Oh, you've never liked us." And I said, "Well, give us some examples." And they don't have any. I said, "You moved to the United States, you live around us, you party with us, you go to our schools. We never burnt you out. We never chased you and murdered you like white people. We've never done that. We don't do that to anyone." And then they grasp at a straw. How is it that every African that was in the United States or Caribbean was called an African booty scratcher, when hardly none of us even use that term? And then so I said to them, I said, well, then you need some mental health counseling. If you're letting an elementary school taunt turn you into these aggressive haters, these aggressive jealous haters, then you need you need some therapy. Because when I was in elementary school, I kind of got through school unscathed, but they used to call me an Oreo because I lived in a white neighborhood. So am I supposed to hate other Black Americans because, oh, in elementary school they said I was an Oreo? Like, that's crazy. So they're trying to latch on to anything to say that we've harmed them, when in fact it's pure jealousy. And I came in, I don't know which podcast you're talking about, but if you look at these podcasts, you got all these African and Caribbean girls with these big ass wigs, baby hair, using Southern accents. I see Dylan laughing. The guys are all trying to wear fitteds and, look like Black Americans all over the world. They're podcasting and we're the main topic. And they go, oh, you guys think you're the main character. It's about time you recognize that we are, pay homage, follow our brown print, because we are the brown print. We've done something that no other melanated group has been able to do. We are the great and beautiful Black American. We have accomplishments that are crazy. And Adonis, you said in my closing, I want to highlight this. You said you asked them about historical figures. They can't tell you anything. They don't know the average American. Our history is so deep and so long. We can go back to Callie House, Fannie Lou Hamer, and just keep going. And we can talk about our atrocities and how we overcame them and how we got to our greatness. And that's like, hats off to Tariq Nasheed for microphone check, being able to show uh, hip hop didn't develop in a vacuum. It didn't just pop up in the 80s. One person didn't invent hip hop. That is a culmination of our historical music, all the way from slavery to what do you call those hymns? Whatever we call them, the slaves' hymns, whatever. They can't do that. And that's why they can't speak with us, because they have no foundation. And so when people go, what do you mean you're a foundational Black American? We're foundational to the country. We were here before the country was founded. We were here before it was the colonies. We've been here, we're rooted. And for them to try to come here and tell us you're African, you don't know our history. You don't know anything about the American Indian. How do you go to another country and demand that you be able to rewrite someone's history because they want to be tied to us so badly? Now we have to be African. And then I asked them, well, if we're all Africans, then you guys can drop your tribal names. I mean, if we're all Black, then drop all your tribal names and we'll all be Black. Otherwise, If you're all going to be black, then I can be Nigerian any day I want to be. I can be Ugandan. I can be Haitian. I can be whatever the freak I want to be, because you don't get to immigrate into an ethnicity, and they know it's an ethnicity. So I'm going to close with this. Black Americans are not lost. We are so rooted, and like you said, you ran your genealogy. They can't do that. When I did my genealogy, I come from a long line of farmers, like way back, like going all the way back to the late 1700s as far as I've gotten. A long line of farmers, on the Texas side. And the Louisiana side, there's farmers, there's you know he- I can't think of the term, but anyway. And then, in modern times, we got into our professions and stuff like that. But they'll never have the pride that we have. So they're always going to try to tear us down and tell us we're lost. So, anyway, thank you, man. And appreciate you, Adonis.
No, I appreciate you, CC. Like every single time I've ever been in any particular situation, or I needed some type of information pertaining to Black American excellence or Black American history. You've always been there in my corner, giving me any type of educational information anytime I needed it, and I truly appreciate it. And this is to be honest with you guys, I'm gonna be very transparent. This is the part of the community I truly do appreciate, and I think that needs to be promoted more. The fact that we can sit down, have these educated conversations, and spread wisdom to one another, and not in a demeaning way, not in a belittling way, not in a put down type of way, in a way where you've inspired me, to be honest with you, you've inspired me more than at the beginning when I just started getting into this type of questionary questions. I've really started to be more aware, and you came up to me. It was like just like you said, like you're the first person, like, yo, be mindful because they're not acting dumb. They're doing it deliberately. And then you started giving me knowledge on this particular situation. And then as I started traveling and going through meeting different people, I started to really realize, oh no, 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 no. They're trying to shit in our faces. So okay, I see what's going on now. And then now it's like, all right, I literally had to go back and do my research, like really do my research on myself, do my research on Black Americans, do my research on Africa, do my research on Jamaica, just so when I'm sitting down and having these conversations with them, I don't have to pull up my history. I can pull up your history and let's talk about that. And then it's different. It's like, all right, yeah, we don't know, but let me pull up your history and let's talk about facts in your history. And then that's where shit just starts to change. So um I really appreciate it, and I thank you for everybody that's in this listening to this audio room who likes these particular type of informative, educational conversations. I just want to make this very clear in these rooms that I host. I know I don't host rooms often. I really try to do a lot of different things, but in these rooms I like to let a lot of people speak. No matter if you're Black, if you're American, I'm always interested to hear everybody's perspective, or even if they feel a different way, it's always interesting to hear that different perspective from. So if somebody in the future ever uses that particular angle for me, I know a proper educational response for it. So I'm always open for other people's perspectives and how they feel about it. And never am I, and I know I'm very passionate. So sometimes I get crazy and I start talking crazy and stuff like that, as we all do. But we don't mean any ill intent to any ethnicity, any group, any nationality, none of that at all. We only care about if the facts are facts, if it's right. If they say something that's intellectually sound and that's critically correct, then I'm going to agree with it. If they do not, then I'm going to stand on business and challenge them on where they got that ideology from, and then tell them to backtrack on that and educate me from the perspective that they're pointing from. That's it. That's just my stance. I'm all about the educational, informative type of angle that comes out of any of these conversations. And it's not just to make black, and I'm saying this clearly. I do not make content to make Black Americans look good. I make content to make I don't make content to make Black Americans look good. That's not my objective. I don't want people looking at me saying, "You're just trying to make Black Americans." No, I don't. I just know that I come from a background where people actually do their due diligence to have their education correct. Like y'all just be saying crazy shit. And this is another thing I wanted to say. This is the problem. The problem is we've built up a society where a lot of people can't really talk about blackness or Black culture. We as Black Americans have shunned a lot of people to tell them to stay in your place. You can't talk about our particular topics. Well, these Africans and Caribbeans have taken that same MO and used that to radicalize their vocal voices in Europe. And then they say all of this crazy shit about Black Americans in Europe, and there's no one around them that can challenge them on them statements. So everybody around them just believes that that shit is facts. Well, now that I'm in Europe and I can challenge them on these particular statements to disprove all of these falsified, I would say almost communistic mentalities, it's running rampant. They literally can't even handle it. They think I'm saying toxic shit to them, and it's not. It's like, no, like, who do you think you can tell me about? Oh, let's have the conversation. You say all of this different type of stuff about Black Americans when no Black Americans around, when I'm here, and let's have that conversation. Don't get mad because you can't answer the questions. Don't get mad because you saying a whole bunch of shit that sound okay to white people, but don't sound nowhere intellectual to Black people. That's why you never end up on our For You pages, because it's just bullshit that don't even get to our intellectual minds. It don't make sense to us. You just say dumb shit. That's cool. So now that I'm in Europe, back in Europe, we're gonna have the conversation. I'm gonna try to meet up. Nah, I'm gonna selectively meet up with certain people, not everybody, because some people just want to associate themselves, and I don't want to be a part of that.
Hey, Adonis, that guy you were talking about, the podcaster in Maryland, we've
Yes.
learned to check people's backgrounds. He might be Caribbean. And that's
Mm.
why you got to check people's backgrounds. People cosplay as us every day. We catch people non-stop
But you
saying
want to
they're
know something? I've been meaning
yeah.
to ask questions about that. Like, I've been getting tagged a lot of videos on this particular guy, and everybody's sitting there, and I don't want to like I don't want to start a war. Like, that's a crazy little war. I don't want to deviate from the conversation of what we trying to do by delegitimizing him as a particular vocal voice. What I would like to do is get him to educate himself and do his due diligence and not let them to walk all over him just because he want to have white supporters in his background. So I'm trying to figure out how should I go about handling this particular things because I get
Stay
like,
clever like you are. It's just like rap beef. He stepped into the arena. If he wants to run in the big leagues with the big dogs, identify who you are. You're very clever and charming and charismatic. So the same thing you do on the street, do with him. Ask him the questions. Make him dance around, spar with him, be Muhammad Ali.
uh, yeah, but I'll fuck him up.
But that's like the rap beef. You're Kendrick. You said let's not Drake this thing.
Yeah.
Does he want to be Kendrick or does he want to be Drake?
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. Fuck it.
No,
Fuck.
if you wanna run with the big dogs, you gotta be able to go there.
Yeah.
If he gets taken down, that's on him.
Oh,
You know, something you said I really wanted to comment on, but now I forgot. But
what's,
damn, it was so important. Oh well, forget it. If I remember, I'll say something.
there's a couple people who wanted to jump up. I see Marco, Kyrie, and Quincy. I'm gonna add you guys in right now. Welcome to the audio room. How are you guys doing? Any thoughts? Mm-mm-mm-mm. All right. Any thoughts? They said you can't speak. What? You should be able to speak, right? I'm not sure.
Hey, hey,
Oh,
Adonis.
what's up, Quincy?
Hey, what's going on, man? Just a few minutes. Two things I learned over the years, mainly from Tariq, is that I used to think white people would only pull this tactic, but I noticed the whole diaspora does it too. Where because we're so visible, a lot of people, quote unquote, know more about us than we know about them, and they're banking on the fact that we don't know about them, so they can just say what they want about us, and we don't know what they got going on, back in their homelands or in their whole history or anything along those lines. So that's one thing that kind of stood out. So this one other thing. So me and you had a little back and forth, and I really want to just just kind of drive this point home. Honestly, for you and anybody else listening. So with the label African American, right? And just hit me up. I think it's two things that's happening with the label now that others want to use. We got ADOS, FBA, Freeman. I still like Negro, but with African American, right? It's two things that's happening. First, you have the step where people don't want to be labeled as that no more. Don't want to use it, right? That's the first step. I have no qualms with that. Whatever people want to do with it, that's on them. If you don't want to identify with it, more power to you. That's your prerogative, right? But this is where I split because the second part is okay. Well, if you don't want to be labeled as African American, well, what do we do with it now, right? And I saw you did this a time or two. I've spoken about this and tweeted about it a number of times. But it's a what do we do with the name now that some people don't want to use it, right? And for me, I still stand by that is our name. That's our label. It applies to no one else in this country. If you go to African American museums, if you go to African American the history, the Smithsonian, I know they got Baraka and all of that stuff, but it's about us and our history. Anything across this country, any what is it, legal documents, is anything. When it says African American, that's about us, right? And just think about it. As much as y'all just spoke about how they want to hijack our identity. They want to step in and speak for us. If we just let them be identified as African American, that's one of the quickest ways that they can sit there and quote unquote speak for us because they'll say, "Well, I'm African American," right? And if see the people around them agree, and nobody checks them and say, "No, no, 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 no." Technically, you're Ghanaian American. Technically, you're Kenyan American. Technically, you're not African American. Then it just opens the door for them to pretend to be us. And lastly, man, like I said, that's our name. That name has value across the world. That name it is what it is because of us and nobody else. Period. So it just like right now we're on X.com. But Elon Musk still owns Twitter. He still owns a domain to Twitter. And when you click on Twitter, it goes to X. That's typically what people do with websites when the name becomes valuable. You got Adonis Live. If you make that $1 million name, you built that name. You're not going to just give it up and hand it to another person because you don't want to use it anymore. People always, whether from Hollywood to rappers like Ludacris's name, like that's owned by a record label, to anything. When you have a name that's hot, that has value, you don't just give it up and leave it up for grabs for other people to come in and grab it and do whatever they want to do with it. You got to retain ownership of it. So, lastly, man, like I said, it's our name, and if we don't want to do anything but put it up on the shelf and don't even use it, let it collect dust, but nobody else use it, then cool. But we can't we can't get that name up. Even though I know initially we may have not voluntarily, collectively chose a name, right? 100% I've seen articles from the late 80s about that. I understand it. But at the end of the day, your name is your name. Whether you agree to it or not. Once you got the name and you make the name hot, that's what it is. And we got to just, like I said, it's ours and nobody else's. Whether we just want to sit it up on the shelf to collect dust, retire it, whatever, but we cannot give it to anybody. We
Hey,
can't give it to
Quincy.
anybody.
Hold
Yep.
on, because I've been really, I gotta respond to this. Look, I'm gonna keep it real. I listened to you. I like to listen to people's response, and I really wanted to let you hear the whole thing. But
Yeah.
this is where it comes into a critical situation because I made a video about this as well. I interviewed a guy and I said, what's the difference between a Nigerian person transitioning over to America right now and he gets citizenship and his kids grow up in America, now they're African American. So when I sit down and I say, if you want to keep a title of a name to have you're not just American, you're African American. No, I'm not African American. I'm a American. I just happen to be black. I'm a black American. I am the embodiment of this particular land in this particular place. There is no separation. There is no little bracket or little space in between that. They do that because I think when I sit down and I look at that perspective and I see the way you're saying it, yeah, it does have a lot of power to itself, the name itself, and I get that. Rockaway and Sean John had a lot of power to itself. If anybody tries to make clothes out of that, it's not going to sell anything. Bape, the same thing. So even Supreme, Supreme was owned by somebody else, and then once the person who owned it sold it off, well, they yeah, sold it off to somebody else, the value of it went down. So right now, I understand the name has value to you or to everybody else, whoever feels like that. But at this moment in time, this is not a name it's not about the name. It's about who dominates the land of America. Whose home is America? Whose country is this? Now, when you put African in between you and America, how can you claim that this is your home and this is your place? How can you claim that you are the original people from this land? No, that's how they separate you from where you're from, and that's how they. And this is literally what, like I said, like reclassification of the Indians. when they literally reclassified majority or all the Indians and did not allow them to actually call themselves the original tribes. And then they said, you identify as Negro now. You identify as this. And then that's how they started to manipulate people and say that they destroyed off all the Native Americans here when they actually didn't. They just reclassified them all. So it depends on what you
Yeah.
want, you know. So like for the long run, at the end of the day, you know, I get tired of people sitting down looking at white Americans and saying they're American, but you're African. No, the fuck, I'm not. I'm American.
Well, to be fair, when they say American, we talking about nationality versus ethnicity, right? And like, everything you said, I'm not disagreeing with it, but everything you said goes back to the first part of what I was saying, which was, hey, if we don't want to be called that anymore, I have no arguments for you. It's about what do you do with the name afterwards. That's where me and you kind of split, right?
Mm.
So cool. Everything you saying, I have no pushback on that. But
Give it to
why?
the immigrants. Give it to the
No,
Africans.
Well, well,
no,
listen.
no.
Barack Obama officially removed the term Negro.
He did. Yep, he did.
Let me finish. Let me finish, okay? So
Yep.
he, oh no, no, no worries. But he removed Negro and Oriental out of the American lexicon, right? We
Hmm.
want African American removed out of the American lexicon. Now look at Indians. Indians had a long battle to become Native Americans. This is part of the delineation movement. We're even moving away from black. That's why we're saying um, Black American freedmen, foundational Black American. Our goal is to just be freedmen. Nobody can shoehorn into that. So we got to remember this is a long process. But I would, as far as contemporary content makers, well, first of all, look at the Africans. They're not fighting us to be called African Americans. They want to be called Black because they want that social capital, that social cachet that comes with Black is beautiful, the civil rights movement, everything we've done to make Black the number one term in the world. You got people in rural islands, they call us Black. They don't say, oh, I'm African, the African Americans. Now, you have a few podcasters trying to, tether us to them by saying African American. But you notice here in the United States, they keep saying we're all Black, not we're all African American. They are trying to run away from anything African. Like somebody mentioned, I think Dylan, they got this whole movement going now. We look alike. We look alike. They
Hmm.
don't want to be African so bad. They're upset when we say you look African. Then they said, oh, you're calling us ugly. No, you said that.
Mm,
You have a phenotype that is attached, just like Asians have a look, Latinos have a look. You don't hear them going, don't you call me Asian? How dare you? You
hmm.
know, these people have a schizophrenic identity crisis,
True.
and we need to get all of these names removed from the lexicon via executive order, the OMB, or however we do it. So that's my contribution, Quincy.
True.
It can sit on a shelf into oblivion as long as they can't shoehorn their way into it and cloak themselves into the great and beautiful Black American freedman culture. I don't care.
Right.
I agree.
And hey, one more thing, then I'll be out. One more. And I'm not disagreeing. Just another angle. Just another view of this as well too. Um, like when you was running down all of the previous names, and I guess trying to get I guess Friedman to officially be the legal name. I had the thought some time ago about how like what's the easiest path per se um, with the whole delineation movement as it stands right now. And I think before the census, we tried to get either ADOS or FBA on there, and I think the little Boule and Cobra folks kind of sabotaged that. But
Yes.
right, so I guess
Well,
where I stand.
Friedman is still a legal name for us. Friedman is still on the books. Even Kamala Harris is trying to steal our stuff, talking about
Oh yeah,
reopening the Friedman Bureau and giving money to Hispanics through it.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
but we have legislation. We just have to keep doing what we're doing. Just like Asians said, stop calling us Oriental, and the Indians said, stop calling us. They said, call us Native American. We do the same thing. They got the
Hmm.
Washington Redskins to stop saying they were the Redskins. So we have to keep this educational component of this movement up. It takes years
Right.
until everyone catches on. So that's my contribution.
Right, right. And I was get this is what I was trying to get at, right? I'm with you. It does take years. And I guess that's where I come in with the second part of, well, what do you do with it now? Where we would just correct people and say, nah, you're not African American, you're such whatever your country is, American. And then ultimately what I was thinking, I had a thought about some time ago, was this, the least path is more of getting clarity on language on pretty much any legislation that involves us, right? If you jump in and it says anything like minorities, black, just any of that, boom, exit out. We get it out the way. We got to redefine that language down. And any conversations about policy or whatever. And I figured that would be an easier fight, letting the world know, like, hold on, y'all kind of getting lax on the definition of African American. Let's let you know what it really is, because it's kind of getting wild out there. Than it would be to try to get, as we saw with the census, then to try to get like a FBA or ADOS, officially legally out there. Now I wasn't aware that Freeman. I thought Freeman was retired at some point as well. So
Never
I guess
has been.
okay,
All the
I was wrong about that.
legislation is, yeah, the legislation is still active. We're still freedmen. And then remember, it was the Freedmen's Bureau, it was the freedmen, the refugees, the five
Mm,
civilized tribes.
yeah,
So it's still there. We are the freedmen. If you notice, when the melanated immigrants attack us, they go hard on FBA. They know, they people, even the white people are doing their research. They're not attacking freedmen. They're
gotcha,
attacking FBA, and they're,
gotcha.
yeah, because they know that that is a real term. They were laughing at us early on. What's a freedman? What's a freedman? And then we were
Mhm.
like, Google it, fool. And then they Googled it and felt dumb as hell.
Gotcha, gotcha. All right, well, I'm out, man. Like I said, it's ours, man. I just don't want to make a name hot and to just hand it over and leave it out there for grabs for people to just. That's where I just like, no, we can't give it up, man. That's ours. We made it hot. It got value around the world because of us, and I think it'd be a big mistake. Like Barack getting rid of the word Negro, it'd be a real big mistake just handing that word over to anybody who ain't us. So, but I appreciate you letting me get on stage, man. Y'all have a good one. Keep doing what you're doing in London, man. I love it. It's funny, man.
Appreciate it. And I love the Jerry curl.
Oh yeah, oh that's Jerome. I'm not Jerome. Six of Chocolate, Randy Watson.
Appreciate it. Kyrie, you're new in the chat. Ron and Black American, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Adonis? Can you hear me?
You're a bit low, but I can hear you.
Go ahead, bro. I'm driving and I got my earpiece.
All right, no problem. Ron, what's up, man? And Black American, what's up? Homeland.
Hey, how you doing, Adonis? This is Black American Homeland. How you guys doing today?
Good, bro. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. Hey, look, I consider myself the original passport bro, right? Well, actually, I call myself a passport extraordinaire. I've been on your show before. I've been traveling since 1990. I was 23 years old. I've been to 33 countries on five continents. I've been to 10 African countries. And actually to me, I'm 58 years old now. This anti-black American sentiment is kind of new to me, right? Because I don't remember this the Caribbean and the Africans talking bad about Black Americans in the 1990s and the 2000s. Maybe this started around maybe after 2010, but the way I deal with the situation is when I hear a African or Caribbean person speaking bad about Black Americans, right? Then what I would do is I talk about their country. Good example, Nigeria. I'll say it like if a Nigerian says something bad about a Black American, I would say, well, look, in Nigeria in 1966, you guys went through this war, right? And millions of your people died, and millions of people starved to death. You guys were like the poster child for babies with the flies in their eyes and around their mouth and the big bellies, right? that started with the Nigerians, right? And the fact, and I talk about their GDP. I would say something like, "Look, Black America, our GDP is almost 3 trillion, and Nigeria has 230 million people, and their GDP is the same size as North Carolina. Just imagine that. North Carolina only got 10 million people. So, uh, what Quincy said about, Quincy hit the nail on the head that they know more about our history than we know about their history and what they're going through now. And the fact that I know everything about every Black American, Black African nation and Caribbean nation, I can hit back at them if they try to, hit back at us. So I think that's one of the key, that we have to know their situation, their history, and and their modern history, and so we can combat wherever they say. And and this is my last point. Someone mentioned about, the freemen. What should we call ourselves, right? Look, I live in Southeast Asia, right? I've been living here over 2 decades, right? I go back and forth from Southeast Asia to North Carolina and Virginia, right? And I would tell people that I'm a Virginian American or a Carolinian American, because I spend much of my time. I was born in Virginia, and I have property in North Carolina. So those are the two. Um, what's the word? Those are the two status, or not status. Those are the two. Uh, I don't know what to
Identifiers.
call it. Identifier, yeah, that I use. You know, look, Virginia, look, the 50 states, right? If you look at the old, the original,
13
the
colonies.
original, no, the original, I'm sorry, guy, I'm 58. If you look at the original Constitution, right, the 13 colonies became independent countries, right? And then in 1787, they signed a compact to be a perpetual United States, and they still had, they still kept their sovereignty and their independence as nations and all that good stuff. Of course, uh, the new the new United States Constitution, the states lost a little bit of their power, but still, a state has more power than most countries in the world. The a state like Georgia, right, has a $780 billion GDP. That's larger than most countries in the world. So, if you want to identify as with a state that you were born and raised in, I think that's a good
But then
alternative.
that would be like a tribe. We can't all run around. We need one ethnic identifier. A state
Right.
would be your tribal name. We can't run around the world confusing people. I'm
They-
a Californian American or whatever.
They're not
That's a
intellectually
tribe.
sound enough to comprehend those type of details.
Right.
But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying though. Like, and I like that. I like the fact that one. I want to congratulate you on traveling so much and going internationally around the world. I think that a lot of Black Americans should do this on a consistent. I think that we should encourage it more in our community. So when I hear
Right.
somebody who's 58, you said.
Yeah, I'm 58. Yep.
Yeah, 58 years old. You've been to so many different places. I think that's so dope, and that inspires me to travel even more. Seriously, first of all, and I think everybody should really do that in their life. It's really important. Secondly, when you said that you like to talk about when people say disrespectful things about Black Americans, you like to talk about their particular country, and I think that's a similar things that I gotten into as well. It's like I start asking them questions about their particular country and then challenging them on their knowledge of their particular country, even though I know most of the questions that I'm asking them, just so I can let
Right.
them walk into a pot full of shit. But
Right.
I
Yeah.
agree with you. I think that's the appropriate way to handle it. For me, when it comes down to like this particular situation, this delineation problem, and somebody, I think somebody else said something about it earlier, was how you go about handling this. I think everyone's going to go about handling this self-identifier delineation problem in their own particular way. The way that I particularly handle it is I'm not really trying to educate the Africans or just before I go into that, you said that this is a new concept of blacks of Africans not liking black Americans and Caribbeans not
Right.
liking black Caribbeans. I don't think this is a new concept. I think this is just a concept that's just hit the mainstream, and now a lot of people are starting to see it internationally. And I think that's what's happening with the introduction of social media and easily accessibility to everybody internationally. We're starting to really see how people really feel on a global status, and now it's coming to light. And I think that this is the perfect time to stop it at this moment in time. And going back
They've
Right.
they've had they've had racial slurs for us for over 100 years. This isn't new. That
It's,
Muhammad Ali.
man, look, I've been to 10 African countries, right? And the the Africans, the, I don't
You're
see that.
traveling. You're a visitor. When we travel, they don't
No,
just
I
run up
lived
to
there,
us.
man. I lived in South Africa for 2 years, right?
yeah, that's great to hear what
I've
you
been to
said.
10. I worked in South Africa. In Cape Town, South Africa. I worked for a company there, right? I had to pay bills. I opened a bank account there. I was engaged to a well, they call themselves colored, but I was engaged to a colored girl. I had to deal with the government there. First, it was white, and then it was slowly turning to black people taking over the different agencies in South Africa. Because the first year when I got there, it was almost all white people, and then almost immediately it turned to black people taking over many of the agencies in South Africa. So I mean, it did change, right? But I deal with these people. The South Africans did not have a word for Black American. They people like Whitney Houston, she Oprah Winfrey, they invested in different businesses in South Africa. Nigeria, Black American, they invested in Nigeria. Back in those days, I did not hear any bad things from Nigerians or, back in the day when I lived in Australia, right? I lived there for 5 years, right? I did not hear any bad things
Well,
coming
you
from the
you had a
Caribbean.
you had a great experience, but it's well documented in history books.
Well, I don't know, like Ghana. Ghana became a country in 1957, right? And you do understand that Ghana, right? Ghana was a empire that was like 500 miles away from where Ghana is right now, right? And then they decide to take that word and make it them their own, right? Even though they don't live they don't even live close to Ghana. So these people can be as lost as anybody. So I don't. So anytime they say something to me, right, I just I don't even listen to them. You know.
What's in O'Bruni?
Say it again.
What's O'Bruni mean?
Bruni,
Uh-huh.
Bruni.
O'Bruni. In Ghana, they
Bruni.
call Black Americans O'Bruni, which could be white, foreign, black, but it's a negative term. So, I mean, we can all have, hold on real quick. I'm
Yeah.
62, so I'm not
Uh huh.
young.
Right.
We can all have anecdotal experiences,
Right.
but it's just like in the United States, white people don't run up to us being racist in our face, but behind closed doors, they're racist as hell. So I'm just
Right.
saying this is anecdotal. We have it's on film. Muhammad Ali talked about it. It's in all the history books that the Africans were coming here. They were wearing pins. They were saying they were better than us. This is in the 40s and the 50s. So all
But
we're trying to
how
do,
can they be better than us? Look,
we're not
if
we're
you
not
go to
saying
their
they are.
country, if you go to their country, right, and they weren't even a country in the 1940s and 50s. How
We
can they
know
be black?
that. We
Right.
know
So
that.
how can we get emotional on them saying something? calling us
Okay,
names.
so when they say that we're criminals, and you said to bring up their history,
Right.
so if we're criminals, why is there genocide all over the continent of Africa? Why do
Right.
Nigerians kidnap Chibok,
Correct.
Boko Haram, and kidnap girls 4, 5, 600 at a time, 12-year-old
Correct.
old girls, 13, 14, bring them back pregnant? If we're
Right.
baby mamas, yeah, if we're baby mamas, how come Nigeria has the highest paternity rate fraud in the world? If we're lost, how come we don't bleach our skin and they lead in bleaching them in the Asia? So I have a comeback for everything. But
Right.
I'm
You're
just
right.
saying, I just don't want to mislead the audience like this is a new thing. This is not new. Akata
Okay.
is a word they've been using for 40 since the 40s.
Okay.
Jarir,
I understand your
Abi,
point.
Ogruni. Yeah.
You're right. Now look at this. Like, let's say they talk about black Americans, they kill each other, right? Okay. 10,000 the in the black community we experienced 10,000 murders, right? But in Nigeria, they had 64,000 murders. Just knowing little things like that is a comeback against their
But
whatever.
you're saying the same thing I just said.
Right, right, yeah, yeah, yeah. So everything you
And
just
then
said, I agree with that. Yeah,
white people kill themselves at a slightly higher rate than black Americans, Latinos. It's proximity crimes.
right,
We will not be made the face of criminality, promiscuity, none of it. None of these people, like Adonis said, they're not even on the team. They can't even they don't even ride the bench. Like that's I have very little tolerance for them now because you're not going to sit up and compete with me. That's like me as a woman arguing with Precious about who looks better. That's
right,
stupid. So I'm not going to sit up and argue with people from damn near fourth world countries at this point about anything. We're the main character. They want to be in the film.
right,
They can't even be extras. So now they're trying to pretend to be us. And there's nothing anything they bring up about us from style, fashion, scholarship, artistry, kindness, civil rights movements,
right.
crime,
Invention,
food, anything,
right,
anything. They're not
mhm,
in the competition. So what I like about Adonis is, he lobs him a little question. They get stuck. He drops a gem on them. He doesn't even really have to insult them. He just drops a gem, and then they start stuttering and
right,
get upset. And you trying to set me up? And Adonis is just, nah, man. I'm just trying to make you aware.
right. Hey, CC, look, I had a in Philippines. I live in the Philippines, right? I had a I had this argument with this Korean guy, right? This Korean mentioned that he lived in America for like a while, right? And he said that there's a high murder rate in the black community in the United States, right? And look, I've been to Korea about 6, 7 times, right? And I told him, right, that if you uh combine the total murder rate in Korea plus the suicide rate, it's almost four. It's like 10 times the total Black Americans murder rate and their suicide rate combined. See, that's how I come at any of these people anywhere in the world. I know about their country. I know about their statistics. So that's how I deal with them.
I like that. You said a couple things I actually want to pick your brain about. You said that
Yeah.
64,000 people were murdered in Nigeria. Do you know what
Correct.
year?
This I think this was 2019, 2020.
Just
2019.
Google murder rate Nigeria. Everything is there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I'm gonna start dropping videos in your inbox, Adonis, to
Go
show you what
ahead.
they're
I
doing
love
to
it.
each other.
This is what listen, this is what I love. Yes. I don't have no problem with it. Anybody else in this audio room that's actually listening, if y'all had like any particular information that you thought would be very interesting for me, I'm telling you, I really do be listening and looking at the videos people be sending me. I love having all of this particular informative ammunition to combat this. This is one of the reasons I actually do come onto X Spaces, is because I know I have multiple different people who have catalogs of knowledge. Even this guy, 58 years old, he has different knowledge. Cece, 60 plus years young, she has more, even more piles of knowledge. So I love this. I'm a knowledge connoisseur, and I like to use these particular knowledges in the field.
Right. Hey, Donna, this my last point, and I'm gonna go right. There's something called the Human Development Index score. This is a measure that I use to measure every country in the world. Right. Um, a first world country will have a HDI score 0.866 and up, right? Second world countries will have a HDI score between 0.7500 on up, right? And then anyone below 0.700, those are considered countries that I would never go to, right? And look, Nigeria, Ghana. Well, Ghana has a HDI score of 0.63, which is very low. Nigeria has a HDI score of 0.535, extremely low, right? So if you know these things, you know how to deal with these people, and the HDI score is definitely something that you should learn and look up, and so you can combat these people if you have any arguments with them.
The Human Development Report. I'm looking at it right now, actually, as you're
Right,
saying it.
right,
Yeah, but this wouldn't be a legitimate statement to actually say it when they come back us and saying that we don't know where we're from. Yeah, we could say our human development insights are highly or more advanced than you guys, but that would just be egotistical. I'm not going to use that as a reference. It's good for me to
right,
know, when they say that we're
right,
dumb or we're not intellectually sound, then okay, I'll use that. But when they sit down in his particular stance that this guy in the video that's above said, we're lost. We don't know where we come from, and that in itself is one of the most idiotic statements I've heard, and it's a constant false propaganda. Like literally, the thing that really blows my mind, and like I said, I'm gonna say this real quick. I don't really have any negative thoughts towards Africans or Caribbeans or anything. I just do not like ignorant people. I do not appreciate ignorant people pretending to be intelligent, and that's one of
right,
the things that rubs me the wrong way. So then there's a lot of that in this. Uh, it's not really against like the African community because there's multiple different countries and cultures in there. It's more of the fact that why are you allowing these people to represent you with this ignorant mentality? If you know they're not equipped to have this particular conversation, why are you not smacking the shit out of them verbally and telling them sit your ass down and take your ass back to school? You don't speak for the rest of us. Why are y'all not doing that? And why do I need to do that for you? And if I need to do that for you, then I will do that. And I'll bring it to light that they're highly uneducated and they should not be representing your country at all. And secondly, you guys deserve to do better. You should not be allowing these people to say this uneducated statement on a global platform and act like it's some type of comedic type of informative information. If you're allowing this at this moment in time, that means either two things: you don't know about it, which I highly doubt, or the other thing is all of y'all are just as dumb as this motherfucker. But I don't want to say that. I'm just saying you need
right.
to pay attention. Y'all need to pay attention. I shouldn't have to fly over to Europe to check y'all own ignorant people because they want to cosplay us, and these silly white people don't know the difference between Black Americans and Africans. That's even more embarrassing. But hey, what can I say? I'm just a Black
Right.
American from New York City.
How can
Like
how can people who don't have above ground plumbing in the majority of their country, consistent electricity, and all types of other things tell us anything?
you're petty.
Like
You're petty.
That's what I'm
you said,
saying.
what's the comeback? That's not petty.
Yeah,
If if
yeah.
if you we didn't even live like that in enslavement. We didn't like I'm going to send you this video. It's called Indigo. This white boy travels all over Africa showing how horrible it is. They have areas where they live in water, and they poop in the water. They can't fish. The fish are dead. They bathe in the water. They cook in the water. We're in 2024 and they can't figure out a system to build some clay and do some underground plumbing, or like everybody's going to go poop over here. We're not going to poop where we live. Like nobody can. That's why I said they're not on the team. You can't you can't sit up and go toe to toe with me when y'all are still wearing, I'm sorry, here I go, Adonis, dusty foot sandals. Okay, and our You're wearing 1990 clothing that we send over there. Like, get your stuff together and stop trying to attach yourself to us while also attacking us. And then now they're trying to tell us, they're trying to erase uh, light skinned people from blackness because they come over here with colorism, genderism, um, some other ism they have issues. So they're trying to take us back to colorism. Like today, they were calling me mulatto. Nobody's ever called me mulatto in my damn life. But they come over here, light skinned people can't tell us nothing. But you bleach your skin, sir. We love ourselves. We come in a multitude of colors. Oh, you kill each other. No, that's less than 1% of the population. We get along well in all 50 states because we're related all across the 50 states. We don't have tribes. We don't kill each other because you're from another tribe or because you're dark skin or light skin or whatever. They're trying to bring a whole bunch of backward stuff here and inject it into the conversation. I don't know if you guys remember when Twitter first started, what was it, 2009, whatever. And they all these people were like team light skin, team dark skin. We were like team light skin. It was them. It's always them when it comes to colorism. They're always trying. Right now, they're trying to say they're trying to start a tribal war between the South and the East Coast. Oh, them niggas from the South, they're this, they're that. We're like, hold up. My family's from the South. We don't do that. That's where my people are from. That's where I go visit. Like, y'all take that shit back to Africa and the Caribbean, fighting each other over land you don't even own. You can't even go to your own beach. But that's not petty, Adonis. That's just the facts. And it's like, I'm not going to sit around and play with them anymore. You're not going to play in my face. You're not going to make slick comments. You definitely not going to just be bold in my face because I know everything about you. There's not a country in this world that I don't care about melanated countries. Black Black American homeland mentioned Korea. All these people are in this country because their countries are effed up. And then they say, "Oh, well, white people." Well, we've been here in the belly of the beast fighting the white people. You ran.
Mm,
Your shit doesn't have to be fucked up if you stay home,
mm,
but you can't keep blaming the white man.
mm-hmm.
We're the we're the only people fighting Western imperialism. Everybody else came here, they're defeated. Everyone. Once you come to the United States, you're signing an oath of allegiance. You have to renounce, it says endure and renounce your prince in any foreign land. And they're here waving flags. There's nothing more proud than an immigrant that left their country and they're in the United States waving flags. That's a false sense of pride. That's not petty, man, but I can be petty.
Nah, it's cool. I got no problems with it. I love it. I'm gonna keep it real. I do love it. Like y'all say this, y'all say the shit that I can't say. I just wish I could, but y'all say the shit I can't say. Because if I say it, it just opens up a whole nother can of whoop ass. I literally had a whole nother guy literally try to shred me on TikTok, use my name for clout. And I told him, I educated him real quick by using London people to answer the question that he answered. And they all say he looks stupid. And then after that, he tried to make more videos. I told him, like, don't make any more videos about me because I'm letting you rock. And he fuck around and find out. Next thing you know, he got 4 or 5 strikes. But he fuck around and find out. Like, it just is what it is. Y'all can say this stuff. I
Oh,
can say
oh,
it.
but I'm petty. But I'm petty.
Nah,
You
hey,
out there,
listen.
you out there striking people down.
Listen, you gotta play the rules right. I told him because he's talking crazy. He's trying to set up this out here in London and the UK. They really trying to like shut me down. Like they really trying to shut me up. They see what's going on and they really trying to shut me up. And they trying to find somebody to shut me up to battle me off. So, and that's what's happening. And they waiting for me to say some shit or do some shit that's wrong, and I'm not. I'm just on my p's and q's. Look at me. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm in X spaces trying to get knowledge for this next interview that I'm gonna have. They don't work like us. They sleeping. We working. We up. We talking to people in America right now. They don't know how we move. We move differently. So that's just different. You know what I mean? So I know that I'm uh what do they say? They say you can either live long enough to be the hero or live long enough to be the villain or some shit like that. You know what I mean? One of y'all know what I'm talking about? Like you I don't know. But whatever. That's what's basically going on. So right now, everybody's loving these videos. Everybody's loving the knowledge and stuff like that. But eventually, um, they're gonna try to take me down, and they've been looking for somebody to take me down. They gave this guy about 200, 300,000 views overnight just because he made a video about me, and they're looking hard. So I just gotta be very vigilant and very aware. That's why that other guy is not really trying to be combative. That's why he's really not trying to fight and stand on business and stuff like that. But I don't know, like it is what it is. We're gonna see how this is going. And that's what and that's what I tell them. I said there's a difference between y'all and us. And the difference is I come from a warrior class of people who's willing to die for what they believe in. They're willing to die to make sure that the next person that comes up understands that this shit ain't right. So, and that's gonna be the difference between me and a lot of other people, a lot of these other creators who I don't want to keep mentioning, is y'all just trying to play it forward. Nah, I'm gonna put this shit on front benches and we gonna talk. And I've lost a lot of opportunities because of this. A lot of brand deals don't want to associate with me because of all the toxicity, the controversy and this stuff. But at the end of the day, you know, I grew up I grew up looking at my history book, watching Muhammad Ali, the champ of the world, lose everything because he wanted to stand on something. So none of this shit is important to me. When it comes down to it, is making sure that people know who we are, where we stand is more important to me at this moment in time. As for them, one thing my whole focus is I don't want people to get confused. The difference between a black American and an African. I'm not fighting against Africans or Caribbeans. I'm not even educating them. What I am doing is making other ethnicities and nationalities think about what we're talking about. That's what's going on. So just so if you're wondering, like, oh, he doesn't like, nah, that's not what's happening. What I'm doing is I'm keeping it, I'm never telling people my opinion on things. I'm asking questions, giving them answers and jewels, just like you said, I'm giving them jewels, but I'm never telling them my biased opinion on what's going on. You're consuming the content and you're coming up with your own perspective in your head that you manufactured from what you just consumed. It's never my opinion. If you ever notice that, like if you watch my videos, it's never my opinion. I just ask a whole bunch of questions and let them walk their ass into it. And then you come up with your own conclusion of what you thought. And at the end of the day, usually the conclusion is exactly what I'm thinking. So it's a win-win. That's how you win on a long scale. And that's the long game. That's my long game. That's what I'm doing. So if I fight
Yeah.
them head on, they're not gonna like it. What happened?
Hey, Adonna, I just want to say, CC, you don't look a day over 30. And
Oh, you're
I'm
so
out.
sweet. Thank you. Thank you.
Well,
I'll go up into the 40s, so I'll take that.
He trying to slide in your DM. Now he was scoping for a minute. He was
He's known me for a while.
mm.
Uh,
Look at him. He's trying to slide in the DM. Yeah, I see you, CC. You just put him in his place. He's like, well, I like that. Feisty. But yeah, so that's what's going on. That's the new thing that just for everybody that's listening to. Thank you for listening to the audio room. That's the new thing that just popped up in the UK. It's gaining traction on TikTok as of right now, as I'm speaking. I think I posted that video on TikTok about an hour ago, just to give y'all a quick little update. And as of right now, that video is about to hit 10,000 views and is 149 comments and tons of tags. So eventually, we're gonna get that guy. But I see them tagging the people, like the play. I'm not trying to go on these guys' show. They're gonna see me, look at my numbers, and they're like, oh yeah, let's get him on. No, I'm not going on your show, bro. You're not. I want that guy. I don't want to be on your show. You're not gonna use me as propaganda to get you more engagement. It's not happening, bro. But I get that guy, and then we can have that chat and he could be on my platform, and then I can educate you and school you, and then I control the videography. I control the narrative through that particular situation. I'm not gonna walk my ass into the dragon's den and then give you the keys to the kingdom so you can edit the narrative any type of way you want. I'm not stupid. We played this game with white people. We think I'm gonna play against y'all? No, I'm not dumb. So that's what it is. As of right now, that's what's happening. Instagram is moving crazy as well. I got a whole bunch of comments on there as well, and people are making express. So hopefully we get that guy and we shoot that interview, and That'll be interesting. They saying that's what's going on. That's the latest news that's happening in the UK. I'm here, and I just wanted to keep y'all updated. If there's any information or any particular talking points that y'all, any questions that you want me to ask these particular people, let me know. Like, because there was one question I got from these audio rooms that was like genius. It was, what's the Black national anthem? And I thought that was such a manipulative, genius question to ask because they all claim that they black. Well, do you know the Black national anthem? And that was like, if you are black, okay, you're black. But tell me the Black national anthem. And that was like a crazy, and somebody said it to me in the audio room. And I was like, oh, that's genius. And that turned out the way it turned out. So if there are any particular questions that you have that you want me to ask these UK, Caribbean, melanated people while I'm out here, don't hesitate to let me know. Chat, put your fingers up. And next thing you know, your question might be a question that I actually asked. I already had, matter of fact, don't mind me. I really love this shit. I swear. It's not because of the controversy, it's because these are really good ass questions a lot of people have. And I'm always interested on how to respond to these questions. So I got a couple questions that I'm going to be asking in the future. So the first one is going to be, why don't uh why don't UK African creators talk about African things? And why do they talk about African things in an African dialect when they speak a British accent? That's gonna be crazy. I want to know that. I'm curious. Why are you trying to act African when you talk about African things? Why don't you talk about African things in a British way? Another one is, what do you want to know about what do you want to know about what's one question you have about Black Americans? Or what's one question you have about Black American women? That's gonna be crazy. And what do you want to know about American schools? Those are just questions that people have asked me while being in a live stream. And based off those questions, you already know they're gonna say some wild shit. I know for 100% they're gonna say some wild shit, and that's kind of you know. But hey, it is what it is. I'm just curious. And another thing I'm gonna ask them is, what is it to be a proud Black person? Like, what does that mean to you? You know, I think that's a curious question to know. Like when you think of somebody who's inspired, who's one person that inspired you to be a proud Black version of yourself, like a proud Black person. Like for me, like one of my heroes is Muhammad Ali. Always, I remember when he passed away. I was like, I cried. So, who's one of your, one of those people that make you feel proud to be Black? And if it's anybody that's not, if they say, I'm curious, I know they're gonna say an American person, but I'm gonna ask them to name me an African one. That's just gonna go crazy because I guarantee you none of them's gonna be able to name it. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up again? Also ask them too, whenever they give you what country they're from, if they've expatriated, and taken the oath to get that citizenship, ask them if the country that they're living in goes to war with their country, who they're gonna fight for.
Ooh, that's so good. That's good.
Because here in America, they take that oath, but they still in our country, bigging up where they from. You know what I'm saying? Bigging up the countries where they from, but they taking the oath here. And that's why I said earlier, when some shit pop off here, you know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna fight, bro, because they already left they didn't fight in their own country. You understand what I'm saying? So we dealing with some people who gonna run anyway.
Like
Ooh,
they did during the when the Ukraine war broke out. Their governments were talking about hide in the bushes.
that's
Remember Uganda told the Africans to hide in the bushes?
But they over here still talking about they're so patriotic in in their as far as when it comes to their country, you know what I'm saying? Like they'll sit here and talk about wherever they from, you know what I'm saying? When they in America, they should be talking about being American, you know what I'm saying? We ain't got nowhere else to go. That's what I'm saying. So like this ain't no game with us.
that's gonna be crazy. I'm gonna ask that. I'm gonna ask that. As a matter of fact, you just gave me the full. All right, so yeah, so Ooh, you making me divide in Africa right now. That's going to
But
divide.
that's why I said they have no entry plan or exit plan if anything pops off.
Mm.
They're not building up their homeland. And everybody else, the Asians, the Latinos, the Eastern Europeans, like the Armenians, everybody talks about their culture heavily. Caribbeans and Africans just say, I'm Caribbean, I'm African, and I'm proud. You go down their timelines, they're not talking about anything African. They're not, you don't see their restaurants everywhere. They're trying to be Black Americans. They go to Ireland and start telling the Irish, the white people over there are screaming on them. They're like, you're not Irish. They're like, stop it. You're Nigerian in Ireland. They go everywhere they go, they try to assimilate and take on, they just want to shed who they are and then look down on the people in their homeland. Like, anyway.
What's up, Nikki?
What's up, Adonis? Thank you for the space, Adonis. Hello to everybody on stage. Hello to everyone who is in the audience. Okay, so this is kind of off topic, but on topic. I actually came up here to ask you a question. I understand that, I understand that your goal is maybe different than what some other people's goals are. But we have our identifiers. So before I ask you this question, I want you to understand, Adonis, that I come in support. I'm not coming up here to criticize you because I've been following you and I like what you're doing. I'm just throwing an important point out. Okay, so I understand that your goal is to get FBA, foundational Black Americans, freedmen, Black Americans, etc. You're trying to get the non-people of our lineage to think. But we have a goal over here in our country. Our goal is reparations. We are delineating. These people are chronically cosplaying us and using our cultural characteristics to get acting gigs, jobs, social status, etc. Now, personally, with me, I move very carefully with everything I do. I don't like to give people material. I don't like to tip people off and say, oh, okay, let me ask you this question. And then let me make it easier for you to pretend that it's me. Let me make it easier for Kamala to pretend that she's Black and says that she knows Fife or something. So let me help her out. I see this happening in the movement all the time. I see people who are agents coming in. I may say something to certain people behind the scenes. I don't say who I notice or what I notice, but I catch people constantly pretending to be us, or people who are constantly people who are pretending to have our views, and they really aren't. So I am very funny about tipping people off and telling them, okay, so if you are this, well, you tell us this. I just feel like that helps them get more skilled at pretending to be us. And we have to be careful because, just like we said, we are delineating, we have a movement. So yes, we have some good questions, but then certain questions, and with all due respect to who you are, and I support you, understand I support you, but I support the movement, and I'm sure that you do as well. We have to be mindful that we might be tipping these people off and making it easier to cosplay us by giving them tips. That's all I'm saying.
No,
And I landed that. So I'm asking you, do you feel the same way? Do you feel like you may be tipping them off when you ask them certain questions? Can anybody hear me on stage?
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted. I'm sorry, I was talking. Oh yeah, all right. So yeah, that was a great question. I like that. I think that that's a really good perspective, and I see it like you. Maybe it is. Maybe I can be cool, but by the time they catch up to be able to activate to be the next Black American, my objective is to make sure that the white people know the difference, that you're just a knockoff. So it's really not about them. It's more about other people looking at them and telling them, you're just a counterfeit. You're fugazi. You're not Black. You're African. And that's what it's really about. So even if it comes down to like, oh, you're just tipping them off, like, okay, cool. Now they, by the time they start really, even if they, let's say hypothetical, so let's say they get us down to a T, and now they act like us. There's going to get to a point where white people or Asian people or whatever other ethnicity is going to start looking at them and say, "Are you from Africa?" Yeah. Oh, you're not. You're not. You're not. And that's what's happening. So there's going to be multiple points where, yeah, maybe these questions could be tipping them off. You know, fine. But the thing that's coming down is, if it's tipping them off, that means it's tipping off every other people. And if it's tipping off every other people, because these videos are not being just watched by Black Americans and Africans, they're being watched by everybody. And if I could sit down and make everybody question melanated people's identities and identifiers as self, then people will start being open minded to saying, hold on. You say that you're black, but were you born in America? No. Oh, you're born in America. Where your parents from? They're from Africa. Oh, were you part of the enslaved people that was there? No. Okay, then so you're African, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's the main focus. I don't feel like, just so thoroughly, and I appreciate the way you said it. I was like, he's like, oh, I really support you. I understand. But I don't feel like we're going to win this particular situation by fighting them or addressing them. I think the main, like, what's really one of the real things that really opened my eyes about the civil rights movement that really impacted me, that I thought was like a genius strategically, was uh I always say it's Selma. When they literally had to walk through Selma, and they had all of those firefighters and those dogs out there, but then they had the news cameras recording everything, and everybody got to see what it really looked like and what it really felt like, kids, grandparents, and all that stuff happened. And then that was one of the domino effect pillars that really started changing people's perspective on what's okay and what's not okay. Even if you're white or black, you seeing mothers and fathers and children getting ripped apart by dogs and sprayed apart when they're just walking. It touches you in a different way. So this is the same type of tactic I think is appropriate to handle this. Inform everybody else, and then give them ammunition to start fighting back. Because at the same time, and I'm going to end it in a minute, but at the same time, I'm not going to be able to be out here in Europe forever. And because they're using this scapegoat of, I'm black, you can't talk about my problems because of slavery and racism. Cool. I'm sure that only does that make us feel very uncomfortable, but it makes a lot of their white counterparts feel uncomfortable as well. So as well as I'm tipping them off, I'm also giving white counterparts the bullets and ammunition to say, well, you're not really black while I'm here. And that's where it's like, oh, yeah. So that's what's happening right now. It's like, so with that whole, oh, you can't talk about it because I'm black and racism. Nah. Now the white people gonna say, but you're not really black. You're from
And they're
Africa.
doing it now. They're
Yeah.
doing it now. Well, real quick, if you don't mind, I want to Nikki's point and your point about non melanated people being able to identify us. Think about this. You're in the UK, and we hear a lot that the Caribbeans and the Africans are out there, and they're like, "Yeah, I pretend to be a Black American to get women." So that tells you right there, the white women or other women are like, "Oh no, I'm trying to get the authentic Black American." So they try to pretend to be us. If it was just based on dark skin, they wouldn't care. They'd get with the Caribbean or they get with the African. No, they want the real deal Holyfield sexually. They want the sexual access to a Black American freedman man. So they're out there pretending to be us to get women. Does that make sense? The women don't care about the skin color. If that was it, they just date anybody brown. But they're like, nah, you're African. It's not the same. Sexually, culturally, whatever it is, they're like, it is not. They're telling each other, oh, that's not it. No, that ain't it. Yeah, it was not the same experience.
Hey, CC, I got firsthand experience on that. Every country I go to in Asia, from Japan, Korea to Hong Kong, to Singapore, the Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, they know the difference between Black Americans and Africans. They might trip up a little bit with the Jamaicans and the Bahamians, but they know the difference between Black Americans and Africans.
and they want to be around Black Americans, the great
Absolutely.
and beautiful Black American freedmen.
Absolutely. Okay, well, look, look, as soon as you start talking about sexuality and stuff, he jumped back up here. I was CC, I can confirm that.
What's wrong with you? Who made you? Oh God.
No, Nikki, I think that was a really good question, and I love the insight. I love the angle that you chose about it, and like I don't I look. I'm gonna tell you, anybody, I don't feel uncomfortable with these questions. I appreciate when people ask me critical thinking questions because it challenges my brain to actually come to an intellectual response, and I think that's the efficient way for me to progress. The only thing I don't respect in general when people ask me critical thought well provoking questions is when they try to shit in my face and play like it's like I'm stupid. I don't like that. Don't try to bait me and set me up into a crazy situation and act like, oh no. But I like when people have respectful conversations. And just to clarify, like I love that intellectual, like, nah, I don't. It's not trying to. I'm just asking you a real question, and I respect that. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I love it. Great question. But just to give a little bit more insight, that's the main reason or the angle I'm choosing it. It's not really about shitting on Africans or shitting on Caribbeans or anything like that. I wish them the best. I wish that they know that they are the best version of themselves. I wish they'll have more pride in themselves and have more pride in their culture. Stop trying to grab other people and fit them in their culture. They feel like you accomplish stuff as well. Uh but the difference is like I got somebody in my Instagram right now talking to me about like literally sending me messages right now about oh, who do you think you represent? Are you black? You don't represent African? No love from the African side? I just told him to Google reclassify Indians and he hasn't responded yet. So reclassification of Indians. So and it's like these are the questions I get on a consistent basis, and I feel confident enough to challenge these people on a more critical level, and I'm going to start running up the rackets of all of these big ass content creators and seeing where it goes. Even Andrew Tate recently just dropped a video on slavery and Black Americans. Just recent, I just seen it on my For You page. I didn't dive too deep into it, but I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation. Maybe when I head back to Romania, I might do an interview with him. That'll be very interesting.
Adonis, I just wanted to tell you in front of the room that you are appreciated. We appreciate. I am very protective of my people. I'm protective of the movement. I'm like a protective mama of it. Anyone who knows me, they know that about me. I just wanted to let you know that I greatly appreciate you using your platform. You could be using your platform to do anything, and you choose your platform to bring awareness about the lineage and the different cultures and such. So I appreciate what you're doing, and I would love to see you go further in what you're doing.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate it. I feel like a lot of people don't realize how much of a sacrifice it is to do this particular type of work and expose yourself on a global status. And a lot of people just consume it and they don't realize how much at risk I put myself up from a not just from a personal standpoint, but like from a physical standpoint with these particular people, especially I'm in their home. And then I got the whole political white man's agenda that can literally come at me at any moment in time. So I have to be aware of although I'm getting bigger and bigger, I have to be very aware of sooner or later I'm going to press the wrong button and I need to figure out how to maneuver that. Hopefully by that time I build up a
A safety net.
yeah, a safety net or a respectable brand that's able to pioneer the next generation to do the similar type of act. You don't have to be ignorant and belligerent and emotionally unstable to get your point across. If you're going to articulate yourself, be the version of yourself that you wish to be or you wish to look up to. So that's majority of the reasons why when I sit down and get into these interviews and stuff like that, I know that I can't play too much. So like that, like for real, like sometimes I'll be sitting there laughing and joking and doing faces and stuff, but then I know that like any one of these videos can go viral and any one of my words can be taken out of context. So I gotta really be vigilant about the wordplay. That's why I love coming to these audio rooms because I literally get to practice not only my. All right, this will give you a secret. Not only I get to practice like the speed and tempo of my response, like as I'm talking. So if you ever like when you listen to me talk in these audio rooms, you'll see me start speeding up my wordplay and then start using higher, more eloquent wordplay to articulate my point. And I do that on purpose. Like I'm literally trying to I don't want them to even think I hesitated at any moment in time. You know? So when I come to these audio rooms, I'm literally just practicing on how to speak in a more sophisticated way. So when I get to the live or like the live interviews, it's just like it's this video. I'm sure everybody's seen it. It's this video of this guy and he was in the pop the balloon. He's in the pop the balloon situation. I know everyone's seen it. And this girl who's from Chicago, just like Kim, was literally shitting on him for because of the way he talked or something like that. She said he sounded like his little brother. And the way he handled himself, and articulated himself and didn't get tricked out of his spot. Yeah, it was viral like a couple of months ago, but he like really just set her in his place in the most sophisticated, well thought out, strategical way that ultimately embarrassed her and made him look even more qualified than she was. And it's not about men or women, but it's just about the situation. Don't get tricked out of your spot and know how to know how to put your pride and ego down to represent yourself and the people that you represent in an articulate, respectful way. Because he fucked her up with a couple questions where he was like, "Oh, I get it. You don't like people who come from where you come from." And that's what I'm gonna do to this African, like this interview. What I do to this African, like I'm just gonna separate the two. Yeah, you're not even from Africa. You're from the UK. You abandoned them, and now you trying to claim onto them. Nah. I respect real Africans who stuck it through, who's still fighting for their people's freedom and their people's support. I respect real Africans who still have traditional values and still speaking their own African dialect. They don't fold for nothing. They dress their way, they act their way, they talk their way, they eat their way. I respect real Africans. You're not a real African. You left your family left you, moved you out of your own hometown, and now you perpetrating them and trying to act like them. You are a gypsy, an African gypsy. You are what's it called? I know gypsy was the wrong
A
word.
nomad. A nomad.
Not even nomad. I think that's I think a better word, like a chameleon. Not even a chameleon, because that's giving them too much
That's
props.
the word I was about to say, chameleon. That's what they do to cosplay.
Yeah, like you're cosplay chameleon. Like you don't even know where you are. You wasn't born in Africa. Yeah, but I come from Africa. You don't know anything about their culture. You never grew up in that background. You don't know. I grew up in New York. Like I'm a real New Yorker. I know what it feels like to walk down the street and see 15 guys on a corner. And even though I'm solid in myself, I'm like, nah, I'm crossing the street and I'm cutting the other street because that just looked crazy. I know what that feel like. You not from Africa, bro. You don't know what it feel like to be like them. And stop trying to act like you about them and you about that life. And that's what I'm gonna do. That's literally it. Let's start separating.
Adonis, do you ever ask them what's black food?
Ooh.
And then they give you an answer, whatever they say, and then you go, okay, what's Nigerian food? If
Ooh.
we're all black, then how do we have Nigerian food, Haitian food? I also asked them, gotta have another question. Um, I asked them about black food, and then there's another one I forget. But if we're all black, then why do you guys have all these descriptors? Why do you get to double dip? And why is your food different? You know?
Why do they have why do they have their own scholarships with their name on it that says Jamaican or Caribbean? Stuff that we can't dip into. Why? If they're black like us.
Ooh.
Oh, that's what I asked them. What is black culture?
Oh yeah.
Since we're all black, what is black culture? And then the same thing with the food. Okay, then what is Ghanaian culture? If you're black, how are you black and Ghanaian? And why is there a separate? If everybody's black, then what are black Americans? It just doesn't make sense. Just be Nigerian American, Ghanaian American, Haitian American, whatever American, be that 24/7 all over the world. Just we don't have to have any confusion about who we are. You don't see any other group battling each other. You don't see Japanese and Chinese. We're all
Oh
Asian.
no, they hate each
We're the
other.
same.
They hate
Yeah,
each
but
other.
nobody else is
Not
trying to
publicly.
demand. Yeah, but
What?
nobody's demanding that another ethnic group claim them. No one is doing that. That is insane.
Well,
That's an
okay.
identity
Well, look,
crisis.
look in Southeast Asia and Asia, right? The most dominating group are the Chinese, Korean, and the Japanese, right? Guess what? The Indonesians and the Vietnamese and the Philippines and the Thai, they want to be like the Japanese, the Korean, and the Chinese.
And they all beef. They all beef. Nobody want if Japanese are at the top of the
Right,
heap and Vietnamese and Filipinos are at the bottom.
right. Yep.
Hmm. At the end of the day, you know, I feel like at the end of the day is oh wow. All right, I'm glad that I said this. If we are at the top of the not the food chain, but if we are at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to black excellence, then I have to represent that on the highest of scales. So I every single time, although this is the reason why I can't really get on some hood shit. I can't really talk to them like I'll talk to any other black person because they're not the same as us. So I have to really represent us in the highest of scales and talk to them on a particular way that's just like it's the excellence that we see. That's what it is. I don't see the toxicities that you guys talk about. Yeah, there we go. That's the last angle. I don't see that. We're killing each other every day. I don't see that. I don't know where are you basing your information on? Because I'm looking at Simone Biles right now in the Olympics and she's fucking killing it. You know, I'm looking at black excellence internationally, like black excellence in an American scale, and they're literally killing it. All of these great inventors, all of these great musicians, all of these great, Michael Jackson will literally redefine the way we consume music in a point in time with his Thriller album. I'm looking at like the Mozarts of our times, the Da Vinci's of our times of black excellence, and you're talking about the most ignorant television cartoon like reality that does not fit into our culture. So what type of cartoons are you watching and why are you perpetrating these particular narratives like it's real?
And if you're black, why would you want to present your black people in such a negative light?
Ooh, isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, why are they on TikTok making videos eating watermelon and chicken, fried chicken in a really disgusting manner? I don't know if you guys have seen those videos, but a lot of times it's immigrants who are doing that, who are perpetuating these negative Black American, foundational Black American stereotypes. So why do that if you don't have a problem with us? If you're not trying to represent us, why would you do that?
Hmm. All right, there's a word. There's a word. What's it called? Now, it's like AWOL, but it's not. It's people that abandon the army when they're in.
AWOL,
Yeah, but I need a better word than that. I need a better word than that. AWOL.
absent without leave. I know what you mean, though.
Yeah, I want to start calling them. I want to start saying that like um I want to separate. I want to separate the difference between people who stood on business and people who didn't. I don't want them to feel like I can't say that. I hold on. I don't want them to feel like um they're the same as the people
Defectors.
defectors. Nah, that's too brutal. It's too brutal. I can't I gotta choose my words very wisely because they are looking for me to attack. And I can't use attacking words. because it'll give them a reason to paint me in a particular light. So I need to choose very neutral terminology when I communicate with them. So when they clip the video and try to take it out of context, it's easy for other people to say, no, that doesn't make any sense. He's just asking a question, you know? So I can't use defectors. I need a word.
What is the word when you get when they try to draft you into the army or to the military and then you come up with reasons, oh, I have a bad knee.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I have a bad heart. Um,
Somebody has to
I,
know it.
I know
Nobody.
there's got to be some military people in here.
I don't know. This gotta be. I'll figure it out. I need a word to separate the two. Just like, because I think one of the things is like, oh, sorry. Oh, Kurt Feed, how are you? Welcome to the chat. Fuck teeth. Fuck. Oh, okay. Bro, welcome to the live. And Dylan, welcome back. Trying to set me up. Yeah, what's up, guys? How you doing? You got anything y'all want to say? I just read his name, right? All right, Chucky. I'm gonna call you Chucky from now on. That's crazy. Oh man, almost caught me. Just about to clip my voice. I'm just bringing a couple of people up so if they have something to say. Yeah, what's up, bro?
What
Batman.
happened to Okur?
He's still there. Okur feed is still there.
Yeah.
Okur?
Oh, what's up, Batman? How you doing, bro?
Hi.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me up to speak. Muhammad Ali was characterized as a draft dodger, draft evader. That might help in terms
So
of.
I need to coin a new word. Uh, homeland dodge. Nah, I need to coin a new because the thing is, like, I feel like
How about just opportunist?
nah.
Yeah, they take offense to so much. I am feeling Adonis right here. We got to be very careful with the way that we word things because they take offense with so much. And I don't care that they take offense, but you don't want them to have a reason. They're
Yeah.
always saying, oh, we're a hate group. I don't even want to give them a reason.
I need a word.
Hey, Joppa. That's what a lot of the people on the continent call they're people that flee from their homeland. The people that still in their homeland standing on business call it a Joppa.
That's in Nigeria.
Ooh, Joppa. How you spell that? J.
JAPA.
Yeah, I'm googling that right now. Joppa.
There's whole videos about it and articles.
Term that has gained widespread use among Nigerian youth through Yoruba. I gotta. Yeah, I need maybe I could use that. Woo. That'll be good. That'll be good. Use one of their words like you're a Joppa. Like what? To escape, flee, or disappear quickly. Yes, Joppa. You're a
Why does
Joppa.
that sound so funny to me? That sounds funny to me. Japa.
Not Joppa. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Like that's yeah. I want to separate the two. Like I don't want to attach them to the continent of Africa at any moment. I think that's where they get their fuel. And I need to. And I want the true African people to feel proud that they stood on business and they stood on their country. They stood on their culture. Yeah. This is what we respect. We respect you guys. You guys are you guys. And when we come to y'all country, we want to get the authentic feeling of y'all country and want to get the authentic feeling of y'all particular culture. You don't even know what the culture. You just as foreign as me. You just as foreign as me. You go on vacation to Africa. Like me. Shit. Joppa. Let me write that down. That's such a good. It's right there. All right, good. So Nigerian Joppa. What are you? You're a Guyanese Joppa? Nah, that's I gotta find it. I don't know. I wonder what these people's names are. Oh, that's crazy. Joppa.
The
Nigerian.
American version of Japa will sound like jumper.
Yeah, but at the same time, look, I'm not. To be honest with you guys, I'm not looking for crazy words to say to them. I just need appropriate responses for when they come. Like when they, I need certain state. Like I need appropriate responses when these intellectual conversations happen. Because,
Each country has a word similar to Joppa
well, let me.
for people that flee.
Ooh, let me check Ghana, because like I'll say
You
this
could
like,
call them expatties.
nah, because I'm an expat technically.
No, you're not.
I got a corporation in Europe. I got a place out here. I got a place, I got a couple places, a lot of different
But you
places.
still have the U.S. citizenship.
Yeah, true,
Hmm.
true. I'm
And
never giving that
I
up.
was
That's
kidding
crazy.
about that, by the by.
That's
I know
crazy.
No,
you're trying to be more delicate.
expat. Expat is a person that works and live outside their home country. That's an
Yeah, that's.
expat.
Have you ever heard of the word Bantu?
Oh, I
Yeah,
heard of that.
yeah. Bantus are the African people. Bantu.
Isn't that like a hairstyle?
Hmm.
But Bantu is everybody south of the Sahel are called Bantu people.
Yeah, because that's a word that we've been working on and using and incorporating into the language lately to refer to non-foundational Black Americans and how they can classify themselves here. So that would be a good name, Bantu.
But you have to be careful because that's a tribe, and there was a whole
No,
movement,
no.
a migratory movement.
Keep going, Connie.
No, that's all I'm saying is you have to be careful because that is very specific to the Bantu people and
No,
a
see,
very
Bantu. Every person south of the Sahara, of the Sahel, is considered Bantu.
okay, but it's still a people. It's not all of the continent.
Well, cause don't forget, people north of the Sahel are your Arab and Berbers and Egyptians and Coptic Christians and all that. Everybody south of the Sahel are considered Bantu. Now, the only people south of the Sahel that might be different are your Ethiopians. I don't think they want to be considered Bantu. I think that's the only people, and the Somalis. Those are the
Okay,
only
but
two groups.
that's my point. And to Nikki's point,
Hmm.
Bantu was also a large migratory movement.
Right. That's correct. They moved from the Nok, which is the Niger River, to other parts of Africa, from Tanzania to Angola to the former Zaire, Zimbabwe, all the way to South Africa.
Hold on, Chucky. You
Yeah,
checking hear me?
I was gonna say just like African turncoat because if you look at the definition of turncoat, it matches them perfectly. But
But he's trying to be polite.
no,
We're
I
giving him all these terms that are like derogatory.
I was just wanting to say like like back to the conversation that you had a few minutes ago about like other white people not knowing the difference. They absolutely know the difference. I think whites study us closer than they do. And I had a situation at work where I was trying to explain FBA to one of my white coworkers, and he was like, "Yeah, we know that. My parents told me that about 20 years ago. The difference. It shook me when he said it. Like he did. Like they knew. He like, yeah, we know the difference between you guys. And
But what did he say? Go into detail.
it got me to thinking when you look at his background, it was German. So it goes back to those Ellis Islanders who basically came into whiteness in the 1800s. But the difference between our problem is our people who should have come into blackness and supported us undermine us. So the white people, the Germans, the Polish, the Italians, they came in when they got into whiteness. They were right on code. Our people who should have come into blackness are too fucking dumb to realize that they should have completely come and been loyal to us. Then we wouldn't have this problem. The issue they're having now is we're woke about it and we understand it that you're the enemy
But
too.
what did he say his parents told him about the difference between us?
Just details on this, the way we are around them. We're more of a militant group of people, militant group of blacks. Almost like you even notice the way we walk around. It's more of a confidence to us, which reminds me, like when I even went to, I was in the UK for a job, and I didn't even they didn't even know I was American. But it wasn't the clothes I was wearing, or anything like that. It was the way we walk around. It's more so of a pride in ourselves. Like they can tell without even knowing. And it's the same thing. We're not timid people. We walk with our head down. It's a pride about us that they understand.
We walk with our head up, is what you meant to say.
Yep. Sorry about that.
I have a question for you. What gave you the balls and the confidence to pick that name? I just need to know.
Well, my original name was Ray Jenkins. It's like the 10th. I had like 10 or 20 accounts, and every time they get banned, I say you have to know your position in this fight. And I know I'm a troll, like but I'm on our side. So when they say some stupid shit about us, I say stupider shit about them. And I don't care about the Twitter account. Yeah, close it down. I'll just start up another one. So this is just one of my backup accounts to go at them, but it's not even to the point where I'm trying to collect follows, anything. If I see them going at us, I'm going twice as hard at them, and that's really it. Because I understand that there's levels to this fight, and we need some people who are just ignorant and to get down in the mud too. And I'm okay with being that.
I respect it. And this is what I was saying earlier. I was like, you know what? You guys can say the stuff I can't say. So I don't have a problem with it. Not saying I'm encouraging you to say things. I'm just saying you guys have the freedom and the American First Amendment to say what that stuff I can't say. All
Yeah, I
right.
follow my people. And if I see that they going at it with someone, I say they can go on to another fight. I'll go right in, right with them, pick up right where they left off. So that's
But
just
look what they've done. They've brought tribalism to the United States. We've never been beefing with any melanated people. We loved everyone.
It's true.
We empathize with them. Now we are actually beefing. We could be focused on other things, but we got to get them up and out of our culture, get them to stop bastardizing our culture. Look around, the majority of the rappers that are getting caught up in RICO charges, those are Caribbeans and Africans. They have bastardized our music, over sexualized our music, over sexualized our culture, and they get mad when, especially with me, I'm like, oh, she's Caribbean. There's a scam running up. That's an African. Oh, that's a Caribbean. Oh, whatever. And they're like, why do you do that? And I'm like, because you're not going to claim that you're excellent and you're better than us when you're filling up the prisons here in the United States. They've run New York into the ground. New York was a classy place known for its fashion and the Renaissance and just swaggy, beautiful. Now it's horrible. And then they're talking about we're black. No, the freak you're not. You are Caribbeans and Africans tearing down the house. They don't know how to act like they've been somewhere before.
I like these conversations. Um, I like to see all the different sides of how people feel about this particular conversation. And then I like to like figure out what type of playing. And one of the things I really appreciate that Chucky Chucky said was, um, you got to know your role. And this is one of the things that I said to somebody else. They were like, "Oh my God, Black Americans have so many different problems that they could be addressing it. You're talking about this," and I'm like, "Yeah, certain people have certain roles. Certain people talk about particular things. Uh, uh, Tariq Nasheed just went on a whole campaign on the history of hip hop. That was his role that he wanted to play to give back to the Black American community in itself. That was him doing that. That's the agenda that he particularly wanted to do. My particular role is cleaning up this toxic lack of education, lack of information narrative that's being promoted internationally about Black Americans. That's my particular role that I wish to fulfill, and I wish to open light to. Everyone has their own particular role, and for the longest period of time, like as I grow up, as we all grew up, for me personally, I'm not sure if it might be you might have a similar situation, but I would sit down and I'll look at every year of Black History Month would come by, and my mother would sit us down and we'll watch Roots all over again, and we'll watch all of these Black historical to information to know where we come from and what we have to go through. Birth of a Nation. If you've ever seen that movie always lights a fire in myself. To what is it, Nat Turner, I believe. But um, I've always felt like I need to do my part. I don't. I've always felt like I needed to do my part. What is one thing that I can do to feel like to not make the sacrifices that they have paid in vain? I'm not trying to lose the fight. I'm not trying to make, because I feel like even now, I think Kanye said it. Kanye said something genius that opened my eyes. He was like, I think he said my father was a Black Panther. And now when you type in Black Panther on Google, a Marvel movie comes up. And I thought that was just crazy. And I was like, oh. And that was another strategical thing, like just to erase the Panthers from Google in a way. So I think that everybody can make an effort. Everybody can make their own initial effort, and even if you don't have the position to sit down and go internationally and have these conversations, or you're not a very vocal type of person to communicate, articulate yourself online to be able to talk like that. He said he's a troll. He fully committed to trolling the trolls. Like, you don't got to deal with these people. I'll deal with them for you. You just stay forward and keep doing what you're doing. They want to talk shit, I'll talk shit. They want to ban my account, I'll make another one and talk even more. I respect that. Cool. Know your position. Know the position you want to play. Know the position you want to roll with, and always do your research, because even sometimes inside of these conversations that I have, sometimes these people be saying some really good shit, and they have some really good points. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't have the answers to everything. No one has the answers to everything. No one knows where they're from. Let's be real. No one knows where they're from. And for all these people that keep saying that they know where they're from, that's bullshit. No one knows anything. We're hypothetically assuming and listening to stories that's been passed on, but no, we don't know how this earth started. We don't know any of this shit. So let's stop acting like we all know shit. We don't know shit. A wise man said that we don't know. A wise man said that, what the fuck was the line? It was so ingenious. I know one of y'all know it. Say it. Oh, Kurt, what's up? Oh, Kurt?
Unmute your mic, Okur. Okur, unmute your mic.
Wait, never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay. Uh, a wise man said that we don't know anything at all.
She answered you guys. You didn't hear her?
Yeah, she said mute. She said forget it, right?
No, I thought she said, "Can you hear me?" I don't know.
Mm. But yeah, so that's what it comes down to is that I never claim to understand or know everything. And this is another thing. If you do want to get into social media, you want to start talking about these things online, it's okay to be modest with the way you identify yourself. I'm always, and this is a safety mechanism that I always use for myself. I always say, I don't know everything. And I'm okay with saying, I don't know. And that's what fucks up a lot of people that I interview. They're not okay with saying, I don't know. They're not okay with not looking informed. They're not okay with asking questions. I am. And that's how these videos come to pass. So, um, now, hopefully, with this, me making this step to interview this particular person, people will stop telling me interview some more intellectual people. I think I interview a highly into you. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys seen the video, but there was an interview that I had that was really good. I think it's one of my favorite interviews I ever had. It was this guy named Marvelous. We was in Peckham, in the middle, in the hood of London, and he was a British melanated guy, and we had a really intellectual conversation, like, and he did really crazy numbers on TikTok and YouTube and stuff like that. And it was like one of the most sophisticated conversations we ever had, because he was literally listening to the statements that he was asking, and it just confirmed one particular thing. And the thing that it confirmed was Black Americans are are more knowledgeable of ourselves than everyone else. What we thought was a burden ultimately became our knight in shiny armor. The census, like, it's so much that I always go back to the census. The census was genius at its time because now I can literally second guess anybody from any other country because you don't have the documentation. You can't prove to me that you're from Africa. Oh, yes, I can, because my great great grandfather was here. You got a picture? No, photography wasn't made during that time. You got any paperwork? No. But come on, we all. Nah, I don't know. You can't prove that. But I can prove I was here. I got other Black Americans who could prove they were here. But you can't prove, and you calling us lost. Let's see.
Can you ask Okur to join in? She's Caribbean.
Okay, you have. Oh, okay, but this new guy just jumped in. His name is G here. Did I say it right?
Maybe it's Sherry. You don't want to talk to Okur?
She's shy. Okay, you shy?
Okay. Hello?
Yeah. How are you? Are you shy?
No, I can talk. I can talk.
Oh, what do you think about the conversation?
She said I was Caribbean. I'm Black American.
Oh, I looked at your feed and you said something about you're obviously not Caribbean to someone. You're not Caribbean?
No, but my great granddad on my mom's side is. But it's like, I'm more into
Where
my Black American side, you know?
where are your parents from?
Okay, so my dad is Black American. My mom is Black American.
Where
But
are they from?
her dad, on her dad, no, my mom's dad, yeah, my mom's dad's mom is Belizean.
But where are your parents from?
They're from LA. But my
Where are your
mom's dad's from Texas.
where's your grandparents from?
One's from Mexico and one is from Louisiana.
Oh, okay. So Mexico.
But it's like my mom's, like her mom's mom. But they're black.
What are the top 5 dishes you grew up eating in your household?
Um,
That's a good question.
oh, well, like, I remember eating, like, enchiladas, tacos. I
Nah,
grew up,
she's from LA
I'm
though.
dead.
I grew up eating, like, say what?
I'm dead. I
Adonis, do
told
you see what's happening? You see what's happening here. This is the
we can
story
hear
of
her
our,
accent.
yeah, this is the story of our lives. This is why we are the way we are. This
What
happens
are you
every day.
talking about?
Hold
Like,
on,
I
hold on,
can,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
like,
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, cool. All right, you were born in LA.
Yeah,
All right, cool. And your parents are both black or are they Hispanic?
they're both black.
You speak Spanish?
No.
Um, and they made enchiladas
No,
and tacos.
no, not my mom. I'm saying like my mom, like she knows how to make a bunch of different stuff. So
Okay,
it's
but
like,
name the top 5 dishes you grew up eating. You said
like
enchiladas, tacos. What
yeah,
else?
all this maybe stuff that I like, you know.
No,
All right.
what did you grow up eating? What was popular in your household?
Like
Popeyes.
she like making like collard greens,
Hold
like
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Yo, G her, where you from?
I'm not here for an interview. I'm African American.
no,
Oh,
you're
you're
not.
definitely not African
His name
American.
Jahir.
So you don't want to speak?
I can, but I do not want to be that tribe. You know, I'm black person in America from Africa. You have a problem with that?
Well, I'm trying to figure out. You seem like you have a problem, but you're not
No,
up for a
I do not.
conversation.
No, 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 no. I do not. I came to the site because it says black Americans are low.
All right, shut up. All right, we you gotta move him down. Are
No,
you?
No,
But
no,
that's
no,
what we
no.
be talking
He's
about
just too
right there.
No,
sassy.
Adonis.
He's too sassy, bro. He obviously don't.
That's the point. You learn a lot talking to them.
Nah, he just wants a little energy. I don't got time
Ah,
for it. He gotta have some
mm.
etiquette with himself. He's talking to a higher class, qualified person. I can't engage with somebody who doesn't have an intellectual capacity to have a conversation and want to be emotionally, structurally broken mentally. I can't do that. Maybe in somebody else's audio room, you can interact with the ignorance of the ignorance, but I'm not gonna devalue my mental capacity to have a conversation with somebody who can't even converse in a systematical way. It's just not irrelevant. So I gave him a chance, but I just can't do it. It's just bring down my value for no reason. No offense. So yeah. Um. Okay. Okay. What brought you to the audio room, by the way?
Say what?
What made you come to the audio room?
Cause I felt like it.
Huh?
Cause I felt like it.
Yeah, but why? Like, what was it about you? Like, what did you see? It was like, nah, this looks interesting. Because like I remember when I was 19, I was like traveling and doing a whole bunch of other stuff. I wasn't spending time on audio rooms. So I'm like
Oh,
curious to like what piqued your interest.
oh, because like I started like seeing like a lot of this type of stuff, on Twitter, and I'll be seeing like a lot of bunch of like Africans, Caribbeans talking like crazy about Black Americans, and it's just like, I just don't like it.
Oh, so you want to be educated on the topic and the details of it all.
Yeah.
What did you learn about your parents?
What do you mean? Like,
Like, are you got a mother and you grew up with both of your parents?
no.
Oh,
But like I know my dad though. Like, he's like in and out type thing.
yeah, I know my dad too. I just don't. I
We're
just
just not close, but like, yeah.
yeah, we not close either. So I understand. It's cool. But what did you learn
Um.
about their story? How did they end up in L.A.?
Oh well. Okay. So on my mom's I think her granddad came to. Okay, no. So my mom's dad came to LA like in the 50s when he was a little. No, not the 50s, in the 60s. But I don't know about my other granddad. Like he was already in LA like in the 30s, like 40s. But like I don't know exactly like when.
How old are your grandparents?
They like no. Well, my great granddad. Well, he's like old. Like he's not even alive. But my granddad, like who's alive right now, he's 63.
Hmm. Have you ever done your genealogy to figure out like how far back you could trace your lineage?
No.
Have you ever wondered like how far back do you know if your bloodline has been in America before the founding of America?
Oh yeah, I have pictures. I have pictures.
You don't have pictures. You don't
I
have
do.
pictures.
I did. I saw pictures in black and white, like in there. My granddad was a no. My great granddad, he was a baby, and his two parents
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
his
yeah,
siblings.
yeah, nah, yeah. I'm talking about like 1700s. Like, have you?
Like, oh, 1700s. I don't have no pictures. I
Yeah,
don't have
you,
nothing.
don't worry. Like, I don't want to discredit like who you are or anything like that. I'm just gonna let you know like there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna. And the reason I talk to you like this because I know you're young, you're 19 and stuff like that. So, I just want to like I don't want anybody to tint your feeling or perspective. Just know there's going to be a lot of people that's going to be questioning you a lot about your lineage, where you come from, if your parents migrated, if your great parents migrated, if your great parents migrated into America, and that's a good advice. What I would give you is try to figure out how far back you can go into your bloodline or your lineage history. Just like by even pictures, say, oh, if you got pictures of your great grandpa, you got pictures of that person before them, and see how far you can go back and that'll give you a good estimate of knowledge of where your lineage came from. That makes sense.
Yeah, but like I have like family from like different areas. Like on my dad's side, they're from Texas, and then like on my mom's side, they're like from Virginia, Louisiana. So it's like, you know.
It's a very interesting story that you'll go down. Like I didn't realize it until like recently, fairly recently in my life, how important my past lives stories were until I started asking other people questions about the ideologies or the perspectives that they have about me. And then once I started figuring out more details about myself, I really started getting more confidence in who I am as a person. So This is another reason why I post on social media a lot, is because like I feel like I wish that I could have a conversation with my great grandfather when he's my age and see what he was thinking about life.
Yeah.
So yeah. Is there any question that you want to ask? Is there any question you want to ask these people who talk crazy about Black Americans?
To be honest, like I don't even know. Like I just feel like they weird.
They weird?
Yeah.
Why you say they weird?
Because like what's the obsession, you know? Like it's never that serious.
Yeah, but what do you think is the obsession?
I don't know.
Nah, tell me, like you probably be seeing it. I know you like you're 19, so I know all your other friends be seeing it, and they be like, "Nah, this is crazy." Like, like, what do you think it is? Like, why do you think they hating on you? Like, what do you think it is?
I really don't know. Like I really do not know
Shit, if you could say something to them, what would it be?
what I say. To be honest, like only see it online, never like in real life.
Nah, but if it was in real life and you could see them, what would you say to them?
Like I don't know. Like I really don't know. Like it gotta be like in the moment. Like I couldn't say exactly what I was saying.
Nah, tell me what you would say because
Bruh.
like, yeah, tell me. Like, I want to know. Like if somebody say something crazy, like, "Yo, Black Americans, they dumb. Like, they don't even know where they from. Like, they uneducated. They don't
I'm
even."
gonna be like, why argue with somebody who don't even know their birthday? You don't even know what year you was born. Like, come on now.
Okay, okay, that's pretty good. That's okay. You got to do a little bit of work, because you gotta have the education, you got the knowledge. Just because what if they do know their birthday? You know what I mean? Like, so
Okay.
yeah, but that's okay. That's pretty good. All right, I don't want to pick on you. I'll let you sit back and chill.
Yeah,
If you
let
have
me
any
slide.
questions,
Let me slide.
I'll let you slide. I'll let you slide. I'm gonna let a couple other people up, but I just want to clarify something. Um, I'm speaking to multiple demographics, not multiple different age groups of people. Now, I really want this to be a very informative lesson for a lot of different people. There are different age groups of people that have a different type of way of talking. The younger generation and the older generation communicate in completely different type of terminologies and ways. And I'm happy enough to still be young enough to be able to understand and talk to both different age groups in a way where they can understand me and I can understand them. Shorty's 19. She don't even know her own, like, where she's gonna be when she gets older. She's still trying to figure out and find herself. And I think that's really something to be, exciting to see somebody who's 19 years old looking to be informed about particular topics that they see on social media. And that's what I think is like, this is exactly what I want. Regardless if, like, and I know people might not agree with this, but regardless if she's like fully Black American or she's white, or the fact that she's seeing this stuff on social media and she meddled her way into getting into Twitter, to being in an audio room, to be more informed on this particular topic, shows that means that younger generations are starting to see this and want to they are being informed on this topic, and it's good. It's working. Like, they're being educated. It's the great awakening, and that's what I like. It's like, yes, okay. So for me, I'm gonna say this, and like, everybody has their own opinion or their own thoughts. Look, I get it. Everybody's a mama bear, everyone's a papa bear, and I appreciate it 1,000%. But these new generations gotta be talked to a different way. You gotta interact with people in a different way. We can't talk to each other in the old same way, or we're gonna lose grip of what's actually important. I could talk to 19 and 20s and 18-year-olds, and they could be calm with me, and that's cool because I could, I'm like that. And I can also talk to older generation people and understand how they feel, where they come from, and their background and stuff like that. We just need to bridge the gap in an appropriate way so we can communicate from both generations to pass the Jews on, so that everything that we fighting for don't get lost within the source. And that's what's happening to all of these uh melanated British people and Jamaican people who leave their homeland and travel to these other countries, and then they pass false DNA or false Jews down to their children. Now their children don't even know where they from, and they thinking they Black Americans, and that's what's happening. You know, luckily our past generations, and I'm gonna say that past generations of ourselves have passed down knowledge to us individually and told us a little bit of, or a lot about ourselves to know what we've been fighting for the last couple of last couple of hundreds of thousands of years. That's why we're here today. And it's our duty to sit down and make sure that when we have new people that come into these environments and want to be educated on these particular conversations, we don't get deviated by these uh, other cultured people who want to just be pieces of entertainment and can't even have a civilized intellectual conversation and just want to joke around. Move those people to the side. And I'd rather sit down and have a conversation with a 19-year-old girl who wants to be informed. It makes more sense to me. Respectfully. Respectfully. So I'm gonna bring a couple more people up. Professor X, love the name. X-Men, big fan. Yaya, welcome to the audio room. Nice name as well. I don't want to leave you out.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of nervous. This is my first time doing this. Um, so I don't know. Where do I begin?
Wherever you want. You're good.
Um, so I'm actually kind of passionate about this. I guess for the past like 2 years, I am a product of, I guess, bi ethnic relations. My mother is Black American. My dad is Caribbean, and I don't know. I guess you can ask me questions.
How do you feel about this? Like if you're in the middle of two different type of perspectives of people, Caribbean, what part of the Caribbean? Do you know?
My dad is Guyanese.
Guyanese.
Yes.
Oh yeah, so you come from two different Jurassic different backgrounds. That's crazy. Um, how does that make you feel? Like when you go over, have you ever met his family?
Oh yeah, yeah. I know his family. It's just I grew up more with my mom's side.
Yeah, I
Like I
believe
was
that.
raised by her mother and her sister, but his family was around. Honestly, I
What-
was kind of blindsided by all this because I guess my dad's a little different. He kind of always taught us like treat people with kindness and stuff like that. I didn't realize the beef until I got to college. Honestly, I was kind of like, wow, I didn't know that you guys were like hated on my other side of the family like that. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, you want to. I'll say it's not really a beef. It's a one-sided little beef thing. It's just a really crazy situation where you know, a lot of people. I'll say this: you're part of two different lineages and two different bloodlines. So, like, you're your own little. I hate to say it, but specimen. You're your own little specimen. So, but you can literally go and look in between both of your lineages and learn majority of your histories and your cultures from both different sides. And for Black Americans who've been like who come from slavery, who come from a long line of people who've generations who've been here, um, although just to clarify, a lot of people are mixed. Even when slavery was happening, they were mixing and breeding multiple different people in general forcibly. So even that is kind of like a crazy little topic to talk on itself. But for people who are not born in America and raised in American parents and raised in American grandparents and raised in the domino effect of American, you have a lot of people internationally who really want to who feel intimidated by that. How does that make you feel?
Well, to be honest, I don't really care that much about my like Caribbean side. I don't know, like I don't mean to sound like harsh. I just identify more with my Black American side. Because
Where were
even
you?
like when I go down south in South Carolina, my I knew my great grandmother and her grandmother was a slave. And when I go down south, I've been in the house, the slave house. So like it connects. Like I feel that connection. Like when I'm in South Carolina, North Carolina, that's my home. Like I don't feel that way with anything, even though I was raised around it. But like it never really connected to me, if that
How old
makes
are
any
you?
sense. I'm in my 20s,
Why you gotta be shy? Don't be shy. Like, it's cool. How old are you? 26, 27?
yeah, I'm 26.
You capping. You like 29. You capping.
But
Like, it's all right. All right, so if there was one question you wanted to ask people who are from the other side of the world who judge you and judge your slave house and disrespect all the things that your parents have, well, half of your parents have been through, what would it be?
You reap what you sow. Like you
What do you
will, like there will be a day where all the hatred and disrespect, unwarranted in my opinion, towards Black Americans will really bite you out in the ass, and you're going to regret it. Like that's how I feel. Like I'm kind of like, you know, can I curse? I don't know. I don't want to curse, but like I don't know. Like I just feel like it should be fight or flight for Black Americans. Like I don't understand why we are so like open and friendly. It just pisses me off. It's kind of crazy to me
what do you want the rest of the world to know about you or where you come from?
that I come from a long line of people rich in history, great scholars and scientists, and and everything that gets pushed out is not. It's further far from the truth. That's that's my Black American heritage. I don't know.
I like that.
Hey, yeah, yeah. What did you notice in college when you said you noticed that there's a di- I'm sorry, a divide or a beef?
So as I got older, you have more mature conversations with your friends. And then that was with the trend like, oh, Black Americans or African Americans have no culture. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, I thought it was a joke. I was like, this can't be true. So I presented it to my friends. I have a mix, they're all black or, metilated, but from different backgrounds. I was like, oh, you guys see this? They're saying Black African Americans have no culture. And then that's when the conversation kind of turned. It's like, well, they kind of don't. And it's like, what do you mean? And then that's kind of the back and forth. And then that's when I got exposed to like the different things online. And I don't know, like, I guess it kind of just opened up to like my eyes to a lot of things I was ignorant to.
What do you think is Black American culture?
You see, I don't like this question because I just feel like, what do you mean? Like when someone say, oh, define the culture, it's like,
Ahem,
what do you want me to say?
ahem.
Like the music, the
Yeah, like
food.
I'll say that, but then they kind of act dense. It's like I think that's a disrespectful question, honestly, because you don't ask Japanese people what's their culture. You see it, like you know what it is. Like I don't know.
Stop it, Nikki.
Yeah, but you got to know the answer to it. Somebody says some crazy shit, you got to have a proper response to it.
I responded. Someone asked me. I was like, well, I list like the 10, 15 different genres, literature, music, movies. You have different scientists, the language, tut. Like, I don't know, like, what do you want me to say? But, like, it doesn't matter what you say, they'll just never accept it. Then that's how I know they're playing in my face.
Who is they?
Just, I guess, friends or past friends that I've had.
Hold on, you got friends who literally say that type, and I'm not. Hold on, I'm not ganging up with you. I'm just a host. I'm literally just asking interesting questions. But you had friends that like, what were their backgrounds of these friends? Just
And well, one was Jamaican. The other one was, well,
uh,
her parents. Well, she was born here, but her parents from Ghana. I think
okay.
some like Haitian Americans,
What did you
but
learn from that?
that's I never realized. Well, this is another culture shock. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm going on a tangent, but like I was under the impression, oh, you come from a black country. You're probably more, you know. But then I realized a lot of them are very whitewashed, and they fell into like propaganda and media that gets pushed about us, and I didn't realize that.
I think that's I think that's an interesting perspective as well. Fish and grits. I saw your hand up a while back. What's up, man?
How you doing, my guy? Respect. I seen your video. I be seeing your videos all the time. Nice to meet you. But I just wanted to jump on the last word you just said. That's some bullshit when they tell you that they're pushing propaganda and shit that America pushes on them. Do they push that when they put do they put those videos or pictures up when they be sending them boxes and millions of dollars worth of goods and services to their countries. No, they don't. So that's some bullshit. So please don't take that. They've just been hating on us for a very long time. And to Yaya, I understand one of the words you was looking for is conflicted, which is one of the words you're looking for is see. You're somewhat conflicted. Me myself, I'm somewhat conflicted too. I'm half West Indian myself, so I understand what you're talking somewhat about it. I wasn't raised around no damn Caribbeans though, but um, conflicted. I'm gonna just say on like a more spiritual note, like I'm half West Indian, same thing. My father was West Indian, my mother was American. I'm conflicted because the people who the people who raised me disrespects the people who raised me. And that's a conflicting relationship in my head. I just think about it all the time. Like, oh yeah, all these Caribbeans is in my fucking parents' country, my mother's country, eating well, living well, and have no respect for Black Americans. It's just disgusting. And I'm gonna land on that. Thank you.
He came in hot. He came in hot like fish and grits. Man was ready. Like, nah, I'm gonna. I
Oh yeah,
respect
I'll
it.
pull up anytime on you.
I respect it. Oh man. One love. Hi, how are you?
Hey Adonis, it's Rella. How you doing? Shout out to the room. Hey everybody. Y'all just chilling, huh? I wanted to because I came in on the conversation and I love the fact that you're definitely trying to bridge the gap between generations. Hey Black American Homeland. Nikki, I see
How
you
you
up
doing,
in
Rella?
here. Hey, CC. So I wanted to just again always every time I see you, Adonis, I always just want to tell you how much I'm so in awe of you. I love your videos. And I love the fact that you're trying to, not you're trying, you're doing, you're bridging the understanding and the gap between the generations so that the information um, for descendants in America and the history and the presence of us doesn't get erased as it transcends, as we, pass through generations. And to Yaya, um, I most certainly would implore and invite people to ask what Black American culture is, because the history around it is your chance to actually say that it's you. It is the part of you that you can represent when you told the story about your mother's half. It is the piece of you that you can give that your family on your mom's side has passed down to you about the traditions, the food, how your mom walked, how your family talked, and the things that they did as you were explaining it before. And then it's the expansion on that information, on the inventions and the brilliance of our people from this side of the world. And that to me is always an open door that we should always want to lovingly be able to give. And I think it made me sad when I heard you say that sometimes you don't understand why we so nice and so loving. And I would tell you to rest in it, because just as nice and loving as we are, we're learning to also be more protective. But it does not mean that it is a bad thing for you to be of love or for you to want to let people know that, I will snap you if I have to, but I'd rather give you the best part of me if you are willing to receive it. And some people have to hear that. They need to hear that the respect is literally always given, it's just never reciprocated. The reciprocity is never there. So I really want to encourage you to stand in what your culture is, to stand in what it means to be a Black American and everything that you've experienced, your family experienced, and as you unfold and grow in your knowledge of what it is, be bold and tell it boldly. Okay? So, yeah, soul culture is it's infectious. My father raised me on. He had his 8-track tapes, his vinyl. He also had the stories that he was raised from coming out of the hills of Texas and Louisiana. And then we all grew up on the West Coast, all the grandkids. And so when you have a mixture of what it is to have parents who are from the South, who raised you in the city,
and you have culture influence, laid back. I mean, there's so many different things, dance and, people who've come out of the neighborhood that you can speak about, and the folks who made it or didn't make it, and what it was like to, grow up in the hood and stuff like that. So those are things that you can stand on. And then you can talk about all of the even past history, the past history that people don't even get to hear about because we never get a chance to really tell it because people are too busy trying to make us into one big black African. So I encourage you to definitely stand bold because it's a beautiful thing. It really is. Thanks, Adonis.
I love it. I love it.
Can
You
I
had
rebut
me.
something there? There's something else here I found kind of like we got to tweak. There's something I speak on something.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Hold on. Hold on. You just got me at one big black African. That took me out. But go ahead, fish and grits.
Nah, they do. They are trying to make us into one. Before it used to be just one big nigger. Now we're just one big African. Who just said that? That is pretty true because we're not. They don't build us to be black no more. Just one big African. But there was something that I heard that you just said about the. Oh, you're giving love, showing love to everybody. Showing love to everybody is cool. Cool was cool, but it ain't cool right now because nobody shows us love back. Where's the love? That's the question. Where's the love? Where's the love that? Where's some of the love that we give it to all these other people? Where's it? Where's it at? I don't see it, or I don't. Where is it at? So nah. We Black Americans, a part of our culture is we always give respect and demand that we get that and demand it back. But now we have to demand the respect and then give it back when we get it. So we have to like tweak that.
Yaya and then General Fox. You're new to the chat, so I'll let you jump in. Oh, General
Oh,
Foster, sorry.
I just want to say, well, thank you for the encouraging words. I really appreciate it. Um, I was also going to say that something I've noticed is I no longer watch black entertainment, and I only say that because the willingness to, I guess a lot of these people, what am I trying to say? The erasure of black American culture. I see a lot of these black shows, and it kind of pisses me off. One example would be I forgot the show. I think it was Run the World of one of those shows, and they had a Nigerian marrying a white woman jumping the broom. And I'm just like, why is an African and a white woman jumping the broom? I just feel like that's just so disrespectful. Another one, it was a cooking show, it was a soul food show, and I was excited. I was like, okay, I don't really see stuff like this. It was black people, whatnot. And I think they had like four judges, three judges. In the center was a Nigerian man, and when they introduced him, he was saying, "Oh, he's a just African cook and whatnot." They didn't even say that he knew anything about soul food, but he was in the center judging soul food, and it's just the image and the symbolism that just bugged me and pissed me off, and just a lot of other things like BET. I don't know. It just has now became like this whole Pan Africanism entertainment on Black American expense. And I don't know. That's just something I had to say.
And like it be corny too. The new shows like for black people be mad corny. It don't even be like black.
And it'd be so forced. I don't know. It just pisses me off.
It's like watching white people act be black, but they're
Black.
black.
No,
So
I
yeah.
agree with you. I've been stopped watching
Trying
BT.
to trying to watch a black person act black, melanated person act black,
And
any
then
melanated person.
I remember I
Have
went.
you guys
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's like I don't know. It's just confusing.
This is the first time I don't really host audio rooms that often, but even on other apps I host audio rooms, and I really first I want to I appreciate you guys for being here, for being in this room and I appreciate for acknowledging the bridging the gap between the generations. I think that's very needed. It's very important. I feel like if there was a generation between the '90s and like maybe the 2010s where the two different generations like really didn't communicate as efficiently, and I think that like at this moment in time is very important that we can sit down and have these intellectual, serious as conversations in the right way and pass down knowledge to each generation in the right way. We can't teach people all the same way. And I feel like what I've come to learn is every parent generation is completely different. Life has gotten more easier than it once was. So my grandparents were a lot more aggressively stern to my mother and them, and then my mother and them came up a little aggressively stern to raising me, and it's a domino effect. So when I sit down and have the opportunity to speak to younger generation people, especially someone who's like 19 or even 20s or anything like that, I always cadence myself in a particular way, saying these, in a way, these people are open-mindedly innocent. Everyone, not everyone's like that, but all these generations are open-mindedly innocent. So I really try to, oh, how do I say it? I really try to make sure that they feel like they have a place to sit at this particular table. You always have room to sit at this table and have a conversation. And that's not just for Black Americans. I'm just clarifying this. That's not just for Black Americans. That's for every ethnicity, every nationality, every particular person. Now, a lot of other people might disagree with what I gotta say here, but that's fine. I need the conversation to be had on an international level. And I don't feel like Black Americans lack education or they lack information. I feel like we are highly mentally more advanced than a lot of other countries or ethnic groups. And I don't mean that in a demeaning or disrespectful way. I just feel like that. And I feel like we need to have these particular conversations because if you look at my videos, I never really know who I'm going to meet, and I'm always waiting for that one person to he caught me, you know. And I'm always waiting for that moment. Like every interview I ever interview, I'm telling you right now, every interview you've ever seen me do, every time I chat with these people, I'm always waiting for that one person to say some shit that really catches me, and I'm like, ooh, he just caught me. Yeah, he got it. And every single time, it never happens. And what is it called when you don't realize you're that person that you really are? Uh, what's it called? Where you like
Self-awareness,
not self awareness, but like you don't believe that you're this person. You know, uh, like
imposter syndrome.
imposter syndrome. Yeah, I think that we go through this particular imposter syndrome where like I don't fear or I don't feel uncomfortable. I don't feel nervous or scared when having conversations with other ethnic groups or demographics or anything like that. And as much as we say, yeah, but we need to keep our doors closed. We need to make Bro, I don't think these guys could fuck with us even if they tried. Even if we gave them the bullets and the guns and the swords in front of their face, I don't believe that they can actually handle. I still believe that any particular angle or area, and I'm not underestimating them. I'm just, even when I look at the Olympics, nah, they don't even know how unqualified they are. So in every time we get put into a stressful, and I'm learning from generation to generation, every time we get put into a situation where things get very stressful for us, we go through it and we always seem to come out a lot stronger. They're not built like that. So whenever I get to a particular situation to have a conversation with multiple different type of ethnic groups or people, I think it's best in our best interest to be in those type of rooms and have those political conversations, whether it's younger generation or older generation. So that's just my stance on that. I don't feel like even what Nikki said earlier, what I thought was genius. Does it feel like you're giving them the upper hand in a way, like you're letting them know I could let them know what's coming. They still won't even be able to dodge it. That, even in the videos, you watch the videos. I let them know what's coming. They see it all the time, and they still can't dodge it. Shit, come on. So nah, I don't feel like I feel like we got this, and I feel like we need to start, opening up the rooms and open up the space to have these particular conversations. Um, and to be honest with you, the only reason I took that other guy out of the audio room wasn't because uh it wasn't because like he had a different opinion. It's just because he was playing around, and I don't feel like he's qualified to be able to sit and have a conversation with me. You have
He's
to
a chronic troll anyway. I'm getting messages about him, so that it's good that you took him down, that you put him down.
yeah. I I've I don't think that everybody, you shouldn't be as accessible. Not everybody could talk to you. Not everybody could chat with you. Not everybody could have conversations with you. And I've learned to like really start. And I think that for everybody, not everybody should be able to have accessibility to you. Respect the value of you, respect the value of the person you are, and separate yourself. Those are different level people, and that's fine. And that's what I've always been like that, even in relationships with women and stuff like that. You go talk to those guys. You can't talk to me. I'm sorry. I'm just not that type of guy. But yeah. So yeah. But I'd rather sit down and have a conversation with. Oh God.
But you know what? We in this the good thing about the like Clubhouse and Twitter is all of the age groups interact, even if it's in a serious space, a roast space, a chill space, a music space. So I think it is bridging the gap.
Yeah, I think it just depends on the host. Like, it depends on the host and the community itself. Like, you go into some rooms and people just not with it. They'll be first to cut your head off. Like, nah, I'm not hearing it. I don't want you in here. So it just depends on the host, depends on the culture of the room and stuff like that. For me, I have no problem with having intellectual conversations. I just have a problem with people trying to shit in my face and act like the shit is fucking fried chicken and lobster and pasta. OJ, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, hey, how's everybody? Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to the room, everybody. Peace, power, prosperity. Uh, I just wanted to ask a question. Is the title of the room is the title based on us having to play second fiddle to every issue? Are we lost because we have to sit back and wait on major decisions to be made by other cultures, or what's the deal going
No,
on?
I'm glad you actually said that because this is definitely a good point for me to recap on where this at. So recently on my For You page, I'm currently in London, and I get a lot of the propaganda and the narratives that these melanated people from an international diaspora have about Black Americans. And recently, a video popped up on my For You page of a podcast that's pinned at the top, where the guy literally says Black Americans are the most lost Black people, and they're literally in there agreeing and stuff like that. Me being an informative content creator who happens to be a Black American who's actually in London right now. I responded to that video and said, I don't know where you're getting that context from, but let's have that particular conversation because it's a narrative that they've been pushing for a very long time, and there's nobody able here to have that particular conversation. And I think that it's very important that Black Americans in America realize that understand that this is a constant propaganda narrative that's being pushed by Africans and Caribbeans who are in the UK trying to get their own, trying to use us as their, how should I say it?
Their
Uh,
springboard. They're trying to springboard their culture off of us. That's pretty much what's happening. Because when you look at Adonis, when I watch your videos, and I even have noticed this now happening in India, when you look at how infectious even hip hop culture from Black America, when you look at the essence of soul culture as it's being adopted around the world, or even when people come here, they're using it to try to springboard their identity and their culture off of, because again, the influences us. No one else's culture influence, like no one's walking around dressed up like geishas and, imitating Japanese culture when it comes to how they actually live day to day. You have people who are into samurai, different karate and different Asian cultures when it comes to that anime and stuff like that. But even that, they're starting to adopt some Black lingo and in a Black American lingo in language in anime. So when you look at now going across the water to the UK, and as you have it in your videos, everyone's dressing like Black Americans. Even the guy in that video, he looked like a Black American rapper. He don't what culture does he come from? What country does he come from? And why isn't he dressed like his countrymen? They don't put that first. They don't champion. So when I hear people talk about the diaspora, and they talk about the diaspora and they talk about Black Americans as a separate case, that lets me know you only need our essence in order to prop you up. That's why I think the whole conversation around Burna Boy was such a hot topic, because he utilized Brandy sitting on top of the world to springboard into the conversation in music. And then next thing you know, Afro beats is everywhere. They shoving Afro beats down our throat. So it's like, we're good enough for you to springboard off of and to adopt our habits and the things that we do and our mannerisms, but you don't want to acknowledge that we do have culture. We have rich history, and we have an essence that people want to imitate. That's a huge identifier. That's a huge, huge identifier. And to me, sometimes it's sickening, because it's kind of like, well, do you really hate us because you love what comes from us and it's not you? Or do you hate us because you really, really want to be here?
I'm just wondering if the question is, do you hate us, or, bro, I don't even
I mean,
care.
hate might be a strong word. I don't,
But not
It's a
I'm
even.
just
strong
saying,
word. Yeah.
it might be a strong word, but I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to identify, I'm trying to utilize my words to identify what I'm seeing and hearing and what I experience. And it's so odd.
You
It
want to know
really, really
something?
is.
You know what? I honestly don't even care if they hate us. Would I care if the Asians hate us? Would I care if the Chinese hate us? I wouldn't care. Who are you? That's my question. Who are you? Like, okay, cool. Like, okay, cool. You're dark skinned like me. Cool. Who are you? Like, why are you talking about my people? Why are you talking in this? What gives you the right to feel like you can have this particular conversation and not feel like that's a hate crime? Because you have the same color as us? You feel like that's not a hate crime? No, that's a hate crime. No, that's not a hate crime. I can't use that word. That's a crazy word. That's a hate propaganda. Hate. What is it called? If just apply the same type of thing that you apply to a white person saying that. What if a white person said this type of stuff? Why do they have an exception because they have the same type of melanated skin as us that they no? If a white person said this, or
Hate
Asian person,
speech.
he said free speech,
Hate speech.
hate speech. Yeah. Why are you promote? There we go. What's with this hate speech? What's with this? Let me write that down. Hate
That's what
speech.
trying to be politically correct about everything. Everything has to be politically correct. But if I recall, probably like at least 10 years ago, probably a little bit more. I think the rest of the world was waiting on us to make a move, Black Americans. I really do think that the rest of the world was waiting on us to bust out of our cast and show the rest of the world, what's really going on. That's what I really believe, because that's what I saw, you know, because everybody was cosplaying us. Okay, now they want to try to wreck everything. They took our woke and what do you call it, cosplayed on that, took our woke and just fucked it all up. And we let them. So we gotta stop letting them do shit. Okay, we gotta start making these decisions quickly and swiftly. That's what we need to do. And they'll think it's a new damn culture of people that they dealing with. If we start dealing with shit swiftly and quickly, they won't know what the fuck hit them. I land.
Well,
Thank you.
they slowed our momentum during COVID. They rolled out they imported a lot of immigrants overnight. A lot of shows dropped and movies that now that are, they were being produced back then. Um, every show is Africans and Caribbeans. I just watched A Quiet Place, the prequel, over the weekend, and it was starring all Africans: Lupita Nyong'o, Jamin Hansu, and some unknown Africans. This is purposeful warfare.
Macau, new to the chat. What's up? Oh, am I saying your name wrong? Macau? You gotta turn your mic on, bro. Kush.
So how are you there, brother? It's Mikkel.
Okay, perfect. How you doing, man?
Just living the dream and winning. Actually brushing my teeth. It's about 7 a.m. over here in Africa. you and I, we've talked before, and definitely watching what you're doing in Europe, and I'm very familiar with the UK. And just wanted to reply to your question really fast. Okay, these people, the Bantu, and they are Bantus, they suffer, and we're talking about the ones who are disrespectful, the ones who spend their lives practicing uh, ways to be us or to replace us or to insinuate that we don't have a separate origin story, suffer from what I call least favorite child syndrome. And let's just unpack that 20 seconds. You're a beautiful, great, elite child within a family of six. You excel at everything. When your source, your parent, sees you, shines light on you, brags about you to other relatives, your neighbors. When you show up to visit your source, your mother, your father, the neighbors come outside to see you, to talk about you, because you are beloved. You're beautiful. Your essence is brilliant. You're doing things that make the world spin faster. But across the street, you have a renegade relative that is doing things that's embarrassing. And they have the same skin color. They have similar vernacular. They wear similar clothes, but their clothes are cheap. Their language is not as articulate, inspiring. They say they have degrees, but yet they're not enlightened. They say they can do this and do that, but they have no experience in their own home. You understand? They criticize, but they have no craftsmanship. You understand? They are the least favorite, and you are the most honored. And you've been that from day one. And you just keep getting better and better and better. And now you're saying you are the light of the world, and they are not. And you're only saying that because they've been denigrating you. They've been trying to undermine you. They've been trying to devalue your currency and your culture. And now you have to speak up. And I'll land with that and keep doing what you're doing, dear brother. We have your back. We got you.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate the information and the kind words. Um, there's a couple of people that had their hands up, and I feel like I don't want to miss a couple of people. Okur, and then it's Dylan right after that, and I'm gonna bring a couple more people up.
You know what I find so interesting? You know how they be like, oh, there's no such thing as black culture, but if it's like something ghetto that happens, or like on the internet, they be like, oh, that's black culture, but I thought we didn't have culture.
That's a tricky statement, but yeah, I'm gonna let it rock. Dylan.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, so I just want to address, and not, I don't want this to seem like a mean statement or something, but like when Black Americans save some of these kids or anchor babies. And I say anchor baby, not trying to be mean, right? So like when you got a mix like parents, like you got one black American parent, you got one parent from the diaspora. I think it really boils down to like what you align with and what you identify with. Cause like Yaya and Ochre Feed, right? They see they identify more with the black American side. But then you have some of those that identify with their other side. You get what I'm saying? And I think that plays a big factor in the way of thinking. And you know, like if you're a rider for Black Americans, like we gonna fuck with you. Like, and that goes to my next point. Like I heard you say, like, look, I'm not trying to go against all these foreigners or whatever. Like me, like I'm the same way. Like now, me, I'm not fucking with the illegal immigrants coming over here taking all our resources or taking America resources. But when uh when they come down to it, it's like I'm trying to think of the right words. Like it's like when y'all and they identify with it, but like the term tether, right? I think that hit people so hard and people be so butthurt over it because the term tether it's really light. You get what I'm saying? Because a lot of these foreign countries or foreign people, they have all types of words for us. You know what I'm saying? You go to a kata, even a dude that came up on the stage, his name was Jair. You get what I'm saying? And we came with the term tether. And it's not going towards all immigrants. You get what I'm saying? It's not going towards all foreigners. Like I said, I respect those who stay in their homeland and they really standing on shit and trying to build up their homeland. But they like even that term jopper, how I was like, yeah, a lot of people that's actually in their countries, that's what they call a lot of the people that flee their country and they're never coming back. You always hear this thing like, oh, I'm gonna go back to my homeland. I'm gonna go back and help. These people's not coming back. Like I've seen videos and clips from presidents over in the African continent. Like, look, can we please, cause some of y'all people return back to your homeland cause we got a shortage on nurses. We got a shortage on doctors. You get what I'm saying? And it's like, tether is literally a term. It's not meant for every single foreign. It's meant for people that's, you know, coming over here, cosplaying as Black Americans, pretending to be Black Americans, assimilating all culture, and at the same time, they trying to undermine us. You get what I'm saying? And like that's unacceptable. And it seems like when you say the term tether, I've heard people say like we like a hate group or you know what I'm saying? Like we don't like all these. It's not about that. We fucking with whoever fucking with us. If you a rider for Black Americans, we fucking with you. You get what I'm saying? I heard an argument about Malcolm X. You know, like I think his mother was from Grenada, and his father was a Black American. But guess what? Malcolm X, he was a rider point blank period for Black Americans. You get what I'm saying? Like anybody that we had people come over here and we pumped them. Marcus Garvey, we pumped him up. He ain't get no traction in his own country. We came over here and yeah, pumped him up. And the whole time he was against us. You get what I'm saying? Like we got him. He went back to Jamaica and he lost to a white man. You get what I'm saying? Like and I thought that was crazy. You get what I'm saying? But I just wanted to make those points, and I'm gonna land on that.
Adonis, right before y'all goes, I want to expound on what what Land was saying because it's true. When you even look at someone like Emmanuel Aiko, the when he came on the scene to have like comfortable conversations, right? He didn't have the conversations from a Nigerian standpoint when it came to police brutality. He wanted to have uncomfortable conversations from a Black American standpoint, but he didn't have the Black American experience to have that conversation. So what he did was, it was almost like a slap in the face for Black Americans when when it came to actually talking about the relationship between Black Americans and the police department. And this is the stuff that we see when other groups of people do come into the country. When you start to hear about Black American issues and our history, they'll start speaking against it. Like even the conversation around reparations, other groups of people start talking about some, y'all don't need reparations. Stop asking for a handout. Your country, you need to get up and work, as if Black Americans don't work. So that trope about being lazy and how we haven't created anything, that becomes the circular conversation amongst, immigrants or people from other countries. So someone like him, utilizing his platform to almost denigrate us at the same time, while never talking about the things that happen in Nigeria, or how he actually supports the rebuilding or repatriation of people going back to Nigeria to help fight and rebuild. That never comes up. But what comes up is the disdain and literally the mismessaging that someone like him sends to the public atmosphere, that somehow never talks about our issues from the experience of Black Americans. So that becomes an annoyance. It's really, it's a bad look, and I need people to understand that, like, if you don't have the experience of what it means to be Black American, a descendant in this country, don't have conversations based on our identity. Like, don't do that. That is just not right.
Can I correct the guy?
Sure, go ahead.
My mom, she's mixed, but she's more in tune with her Black American side. So it's just like a, like, I don't know. Like, I guess it's just about your household, how the way you're raised.
I love the fact that you're sitting here trying to learn as much as possible, and throughout this experience, you're learning as much as possible. I think that's very exciting for yourself to be able to sit there, and I commend you for actually not just sitting here consuming bullshit as content on social media, but you're sitting here in your own time trying to learn as much as possible about yourself and learn about this particular demographic of people as well. So I give you kudos off to you, and definitely, if I met you in real life, I definitely give you a high five, because you're 19. You could be in the club, you could be talking, doing a whole bunch of stuff, and you said, "Nah, I want to learn about something interesting that I'm actually passionate, I'm curious about." So, high five to you. There's a couple of new people that I just added into the chat. Um, King Vril is one, and what's up, King Vril?
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man? What's your thoughts, man?
Yo, shit, man. If black people built America, why didn't they build Africa?
There's two different black people, but okay, that's your question.
Yeah.
Well, Africans are in Africa, and there were black people in
Yeah, but how
America.
come you guys didn't have like the wheel or like written language before Europeans got there?
There was
Was
a
that because of
language there.
racism?
Nah, I'm like there was a hold on. So you don't know that there were other languages in the world besides like English?
No, but when the Europeans got to
Those
Africa,
white
they didn't
Greeks
have
went to
any.
Egypt to learn how to learn everything.
They
White
Yeah.
Greeks went
Hold
to
on, hold on, hold on,
Egypt.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You don't know that there were other languages in the world besides like English?
No, but what I'm saying is there weren't any native languages in Africa besides like Bantu, but it wasn't written.
So you don't know that there were other languages in
And yo, I want
Africa?
to elaborate on that Egypt comment. They dug up King Tut's corpse and they did a DNA test, and he was 99% European.
So what's your
Google it.
question? What's
I
your
thought
question?
we weren't doing trolls. He's not
It's
worthy
not,
of
dude.
us.
This is
The
an
white
intellectual
troll.
conversation.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's making a
He's
very
the
interesting.
white troll.
He's not trolling. He's not trolling. But I like to see. I want to see.
He is trolling.
No, 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 no. Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
he
This is very
trolling,
interesting. Give me
bro.
a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. So, what's your question?
My question is, why do y'all want reparations?
That's your main question.
Yeah.
If you ain't
I,
gonna pay, we take it out
hold
your.
on, hold 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 on. So your main question is why do you want reparations?
Uh huh.
All right. Why do you think we shouldn't? Why do you think we shouldn't have reparations?
Well, you're on the affirmative, so you have the burden of proof.
No, this is your question. I'm just curious on your perspective of it all.
I like just joined. I don't know your argument.
Oh, we're not talking about reparations, but you brought it up, so I'm curious. Like, why do you think we shouldn't
You
have
know, do
reparations?
you think that the past 80 years of welfare wasn't enough?
White people are majority on welfare than black people, statistically proven.
Facts. 33%,
Who owns the
33 plus
majority of
percent.
Section 8 housing?
Huh?
White people.
Who?
That's a
No,
fact.
no, black. It's blacks on Section 8 housing.
No, actually,
I
it's
don't know
more
white
white
people.
people. Hold on. There's more white people in. You should look real talk, bro. I'm
No,
really
but
giving
do
you
you know
the
what
real.
per capita means?
Look, huh?
Google.
Do,
Google right
do you know
now.
what per capita is?
Would you like to elaborate on it?
Per capita is, sure, there are more white people on Section 8 housing and welfare, but there are way more whites in the country. Blacks have a higher percentage of their population on welfare.
You a fucking immigrant.
Statistically, statistically,
No, we're colonizers. We're
they've
not
all
immigrants. That's the difference.
Fucking
statistically,
immigrant. Shut the
We're
fuck
even
up.
skewed,
conquerors.
even skewed for per capita, whites lead in violent crime. Welfare, there's an article called Eight Times White People Got Handouts
I
to
just want
Get
to address
Ahead.
the immigrant comment. We're
There's
not immigrants.
also
We're
an
Hold on,
article
hold
settlers.
on, hold on,
called
hold on, hold on,
there's
hold
also
on.
an article called Nine Facts That Show White on White Crime Far Exceeds Black on Black Crime. The
Always.
United States leads the world in serial killers, which are over 70% white. There are 3,000 serial killers in the United States. The two following countries, I think, were Germany and Australia, and they only have
Yeah, dude, the FBI doesn't
166.
count people like King Von as serial killers because I would be racist, but he is one. Like, yeah,
Is is
White
it
people do the
is it
most sex
is
crimes.
is it that
that's
are
not
you
true.
like
Black
this?
men count
Hold on,
Are
hold on,
white
hold on, hold
males
on,
6%
hold
of the
on,
are white
hold on,
population,
hold
males
on.
but
are white
33% of all
males like
rapes.
this because you feel inferior?
Hold on. Um, listen, I'm gonna let everybody talk. I don't have a problem with this because he's trying to make intellectual points, and I think we're intellectually sound to actually have this particular conversation. But only thing I'll say is don't interject into the conversation with emotional responses. Psychologically, play the game. Like this is okay because he's not like belligerently ignorant. So I think that I see like we could just school him and educate him by educating everybody else at the same time. Cece, you're doing a great job. And as for King Vril, um, you can ask your questions, listen to the person respond, and when they give you an accurate response based on the statements that you're saying, don't deviate to another particular question that doesn't correlate to the first question that you asked because you're trying to make a particular point. If you actually want to be informed about these particular statements, you can be informed, but if you just want to be entertained and stuff like that to get a little rise out, um, well, to sit down and like see how uneducated you are is giving me a little rise as well. But let's let this thing play out and let's see how intellectually sound you are. I'm really curious to be honest. Here we go.
Yeah,
So what's
that's
your
my
question,
fault,
bro?
bro. Um, what were we talking about?
What's your question?
Well, we're talking about reparations and why you
Oh
guys
yeah,
think
yeah.
you
Why do
deserve
you
them.
think black people shouldn't have reparations?
Well,
You said
first
I
of
think
all,
we
I'm
because
should
just
get
hold
against
on.
it
reparations.
off of like a.
Hold on. You said because you said don't you think so you said why do you think black people don't I said why do you think black people should have reparations? You said section 8 and all these things what and we've all stated that statistically proven white people are dominantly on these particular benefits than more than black people. So that
Can I address that?
automatically yeah, go ahead. And then I'll let Cece respond back because I think Cece is a solid person.
So,
Go
are
ahead.
you aware of the term per capita?
Oh yeah, you mentioned that as well. And then Cece broke down a lot of other statistics based off that ideology as well. So my question is
White people do more sex crimes per capita.
yeah, my question to you is do you want to be informed or you just want to have somebody to talk to?
Um,
He's a Nick Fuentes protege. He has the Nazi
I don't know
symbols.
who that is.
He
Who's
has
is that? Some kind of
yes, it's
alt? Is
on your
that some kind of
timeline.
indie bookstore? Who's Nick
He
Fuentes?
has the Nazi symbols.
The
We do this
Thunderbolts,
every day,
yes.
Adonis.
Mm.
Adonis, we do this every day. There's nothing intellectual
Have I
about the
been
guy. He's not
disrespectful?
He's
trying
a
to
cracker.
learn.
Not who that talking?
Do you even know where the word cracker comes from?
You.
Nah. We're
Can you
not gonna
tell
do
me where
that.
the word
We
cracker comes from?
Hold on.
He's beneath me now. This is someone
It
I'm not
is.
going to
He
entertain.
is. And I was about to say, Adonis,
I will
per capita
not
is just the
talk to this
average
low life
person, but he's not
scum.
really trying to answer any of the questions
I
he's
am.
asking.
Per
Hold on, hold
capita
on,
So
is
hold
a
on, hold on, hold on, hold
racist.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Per capita is a racist dog whistle that they use every day to try to skew statistics to show that they are more intelligent, less violent, etc. So they say there are less of us than them, and if you skew it per capita, then we far exceed them in everything negative, which we know is not true. And that's why I cited the article, 9 facts that show white on white crime far exceeds black on black crime. As a matter of fact, here's a great article for everyone to read. It's called America's Racial Amnesia, and it says the it's the truth about looting and rioting in the United States. When you discuss white pride always comes with violence. Black pride, Asian pride, everybody else exhibits a beautiful culture. What white people do is they kill, rape, pillage, and murder all around the world. They say we're looters. They say we're rioters. Well, that article explains that almost every race war was started by whites. They don't have a civilization. They
Haiti. Haiti was
all they've
started by
ever
blacks,
done
but sorry,
is
go ahead.
all they've ever done is run around the
Hold
world,
on.
starting worlds, trying to say that they're conquerors. You haven't built a civilization. You've
You're up.
stolen everything. Technology,
Hold on, hold on,
math,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
medicine
hold on, hold on.
started in
Hold on,
Africa.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. All right, so King Vril, I got a couple of just a couple of questions to ask you real quick, all right? Who do you represent?
I just represent myself.
All right, cool. Where you from?
Georgia.
All right, you're American, right?
Uh huh.
All right, all right. Real question. Like just me and you talking right now. It's just me and you,
Yeah.
all right?
What's up?
What do you want to learn?
I just want to learn why black people have so much resentment against white people.
All right, like how many there's a lot of different niches of white people and a lot of different niches of black people. Who specifically are you talking about?
Yo, somebody mentioned Malcolm X earlier. Did you know that Malcolm X sat side
Yo,
by
bro,
side
are
with
you
George
listening to the
Lincoln
I'm
Rockwell?
talking to you, bro. Stop deviating the conversation. Answer this question.
Yeah,
Who are
what's
you
up?
talking about? You said black people. A lot of people identify themselves as black. That's the conversation we was having earlier
Yeah,
today. So when you say black people, what black people are you talking about?
I'm talking about people who come from Africa.
All right, yeah. Well, I don't come from Africa, and a lot of and people in here don't come from
You're
Africa.
hold on. Okay, where do you come from?
America.
No, okay. I hold on. I come from Ireland. Yes,
Yeah, I
my
didn't.
family has been in America for 300 years, but I still come from Ireland.
My family's
You,
been in America longer than
there's
300
no
years.
way, and there's no way for you have been in America for 300
I told
years,
you he was a
if you're
fucking
that's
from
immigrant.
Ireland.
that's not true.
Hold on, hold
That
on,
is
hold
very
on, hold
true.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't
I'm
want to
saying
get too.
if you took an ancestry test on 23andMe, you get African as a result. The same way I'd get Irish.
No,
The
genetics
only
have
people who
proven that
come
we have less than
Native Americans didn't even
1%,
come from America. They came from Mongolia and they came across in the land strip. Nobody
and they
came
came,
from America. Nobody's
everyone
indigenous
descends
to
from
America.
Africa. Everyone, including your flat
Well, I
assery,
don't believe
descends
in
from
out of Africa
Africa.
theory,
Well,
but
that's good. But what you do believe in is that you're extremely intimidated by the Black American freedman male. Your whole existence is one of
I'm
fear and
intimidated by
self
them when it's
hate.
the dark alley at night, but not politically.
Because you're, is it,
Right, and
is,
we're intimidated by you 24 hours a day, 7 days a
uh,
week. I wouldn't say
yeah,
intimidated.
that's not.
We have to watch we have to watch our backs because you guys are masters of violence.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you.
You said you're intimidated by a black guy in a dark alley, right?
Yeah.
Why is it? Because you're like secretly gay for them or something?
it's
Specific detail you said.
it's
What is
just
this
it's just pattern recognition.
pattern? So
Y'all do
homophobia.
realize that's why they so proud of their they're so proud of their colonizing and their conquering.
Listen, y'all trying to get smart and intellectual with this person. You can't really get smart and intellectual. Trust me. Watch me play this game. All
Well,
right.
you
Watch me.
can't have it both ways. You say we're going to keep
I'm
it high
bringing up
level
points.
one
No,
I'm
no,
minute.
no.
bringing up
Listen. Just
evidence. I
watch.
mean,
Just watch.
I'm
Just
not being
watch.
disrespectful.
Yeah,
I
yeah. That's what I'm
apologize if I
saying. Like
am.
I'm
he
really more speaking to the space than him
hold on,
for the
hold on,
people
hold on,
that
hold on.
don't know these
Trust me, trust me, trust me,
statistics.
trust me. So you said that you see pattern recognition, right?
Yeah.
So technically, pattern recognition would say that Black Americans is far more superior than you, correct? Right? If we're talking about
Could
pattern
you,
recognition,
yeah, could you give me a reasoning to that, to why you
majority
think
of
that?
all the inventions or the successes of America came off the black of Black Americans,
Like
correct?
what?
What do you mean? The stoplight was created by a Black American. Majority of
Okay,
all the
okay. I
proud
mean,
inventions that we have in
for the
America,
sake of argument, I'm just gonna take your word for it.
you don't have
Let's
to
say the
take. You got
stoplight
Google. You can
was
Google that.
okay. Sure, go ahead. Okay, yeah.
But that just you based it off your statement that you're saying like pattern recognition. Based off pattern recognition, I could say that Black Americans are far more superior than you and anybody that comes from your bloodline.
You
Correct?
know what? And I think as a black person, you're completely in right to say that. But I think as a white person, I have a right to protect my race and not want my race to go extinct, which is
No,
No,
it's
happening
hold on,
answer
hold
through
on, hold
his
on,
mass
hold on. It's not about
migration.
question.
it's not about being for Black person. It's about being correct and based off your statement. I'm not trying to protect any
And
race. I'm just not.
I'm correct that black people
You
hadn't invented the wheel
you
before
being
Europeans
right,
got there.
you being right is you being right is part of your culture. Cause y'all got
Hold
to be
on. I
right
don't
about
want to.
everything.
I don't
You
want to team
white
up with him. I don't want
the
to team up with him. I just
I
want to
know,
have.
but the white race doesn't do anything well. We do everything better than them. We look better than them.
Do you know what the
We're
Roman
Facts.
better
Empire was? We were the
athletically,
first civilization to ever have
scholastically,
sewage.
every
How is
area
it
of
that
We were
you're a
the
life.
white
first
person that
We're
civilization to
don't know
ever
what's
have
impotent.
going
clean.
on?
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
And
on,
don't
hold
try and
on,
tell me
hold
the
on.
Roman Empire was black.
We're not talking about the Roman Empire. We're talking about America. You
Okay.
said based
Yeah.
off pattern recognition, and that's what I'm basing it on. I'm just listening to what you're saying and trying to
Uh huh.
articulate. And I'm not trying to let other people team up on you.
Yeah, I
So,
appreciate that, man.
nah, it's cool. I just want to hear what you have to say. So, you feel so at this moment in time, do you feel like honestly, like regardless of like,
You feel like he's the smartest person in the room.
nah,
No, I don't think
I
that
don't
at
think
all. I
so.
don't think I'm better
Yeah, I
than
don't think he
anybody.
does.
I think
Yeah, I
he
don't think he
does.
does.
How
No,
is
no,
it
I
that you're a
don't.
white person
No,
that you
no, no,
don't
no.
know
Chill,
what's
chill, chill,
going
chill,
on? How
chill,
is it
chill,
that you're a
chill.
white
You
person
getting
and you don't know
emotional,
what's going on?
bro?
How is that?
Chill. You getting,
Why do you have to
bro?
even ask the question of why we want reparation? Why you even have to ask the
Oh, gee,
Yeah, I
calm
got him. He's
down.
down. He's down. I can't get triggered by emotional stuff, and this is a different type of person.
Yo, can
I
I
like.
give an example for the
Oh, give me
reparations
a second, Vril.
argument
Give me a
though?
second, Vril.
Okay, okay.
There's a
Yeah,
different
go ahead.
capacity of different type of people, you know,
Yeah.
and his type of mentality is a very interesting case study that I think you should like just watch his case study because there's a lot of different character traits like him, you know. There's a lot of different people that like to talk. The other guy that was talking, he was just straight bullshit and toxicity. This is a different type of case study of people that have this I don't want to speak bad, but just pay attention to the way he talks and the way he articulates himself. So, Vril, and then
Hmm.
the reason why I'm entertaining this interaction because I think this is a very interesting chess game. But what's your struggle? Like, what's your particular discomfort, or what is it that's like making you feel like like yeah, like you have to uh assert yourself into uh to this particular space. What is it?
Oh, I was just bored on Twitter. None of my boys have a space, so I was just trying to get
What
my
do your
brain
boys
going.
usually talk about?
But is it cool if I ask Jal a question?
Hold on. What do you what is
I just want to address the whole reparations thing. I
Nah,
just
we
want to
wasn't
ask him
talking
a
about
question.
reparations. Hold on, I don't want to talk about that because we wasn't talking about reparations. You the first person that bring it up. But what do you and your boys usually talk about?
Just we just bullshit, man. Shoot the shit.
Like what?
It's mostly political stuff about how we want to preserve the white race, how we want Europe to
You really believe
remain.
that?
Well, I think Europeans have a right to their indigenous homelands.
Yeah, but there's what European homeland are you? You're from Ireland. Why are you not in Ireland if you want to? And I'm not trying to be like sarcastic or
Well,
undermine
I
you. I'm
view
just like what?
America as an extension of Europe.
What you view America as you do know America's in a different continent, right?
Yeah, but it's of the same genetic heritage.
What do you mean when they say that all of us are from the same genetic heritage? Technically,
No, I wouldn't say that because race is not a social construct; it's a
I didn't say
biological
race.
reality.
Yeah, I understand that. I can see how you say that. But how can you see North America or South America as an extension of Europe, even when the closest other continent is like Asia and that's like Russia?
Well, are you aware of word nation means, like from the Bible?
I'm not a religious person, but it seems like you
Okay.
are. Are you?
Sh- I don't know if I call myself a Christian, but I definitely believe in God and objective morality.
But you're a religious person, right?
Yeah.
So you believe in something that's higher than you, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I respect that. And that's what gets you up in the day and makes you feel good about your life, correct?
I guess so, yeah.
All right, cool. Um, that's fine. So my question to you is, what makes you feel like you like have to like defend or stick up or because like we wasn't talking about Caucasian people or Irish people in this particular case, and if you represent Irish people, I don't think you have anything on Conor McGregor, but but what do you like? What makes you feel like you have
Well,
to like?
Conor McGregor is advocating for the same things that I am.
Well, I
Deport
don't know.
the
I'm not
immigrants out of
speaking to Conor.
Ireland.
I'm not speaking to Conor McGregor, but I'm
Okay.
speaking to you.
Yeah.
What do you makes you feel like you're less than that you have to talk up or
I don't
something? I don't know.
necessarily think that I'm less than anybody.
You don't.
No.
So what makes you feel like you like have to talk in a space like this?
Like I said, I mean, to be completely honest, my intentions were to come on here and troll, but I'm actually enjoying this conversation.
Yeah, I would assume, right? It's pretty intellectual. It's pretty chill, right?
Yeah, it's pretty chill space, not what the expectations I had.
I respect that. Would you say this
Yeah.
is a pretty like you can respect the space in a way, right?
Yeah, 100%. Is it cool if I ask Jal a question though?
Who's Jaw?
The dude who was talking about reparations,
There was nobody talking about reparation. I don't even
the
know that guy.
OGJAL7 guy.
Nah, bro. To be honest, I'm not familiar with that guy. And I went and no offense
Okay.
to Ja, I'm no defense. I'm not familiar with him in general, so I don't want to
All right. Yeah, I respect that. Yeah,
yeah.
100%.
And I'm gonna tell you why. It's because that could hypothetically be one of your boys on a fake account, ping ponging back and forth to set their own time.
Damn,
I'm
you
just
think we're that smart? Shit,
nah.
I
I just think
appreciate it.
that
I
I
think Jews maybe would do that. I don't know if white people are capable
I
of
don't
that
know
kind of
about that,
deceivery.
but I played Fortnite a couple times, so I know how that shit rocks. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
But yeah, I think you're a very funny, intellectual type of person. I don't think that you should feel threatened or by black people in any type of way. I think that you can ask a couple critical questions that can make you that possibly get answered at any moment of time. Or I can ask you questions that you could
No,
possibly
yeah,
answer.
I do have a critical question about reparations. If you just let me ask it,
Sure, what is it?
do you think that Arab Muslims should pay reparations to black people as well, since they were in the slave trade just as much as the Europeans were? And do you think that Europeans should get reparations from the Muslim Arabs for the Barbary slave trade? Because a lot of people don't know this, but there are more white people enslaved by Arabs in North Africa than black people in America by Europeans. So
No,
if you're going to get reparations from white people, don't you think you should get them from the Arabs as well?
well, I think that that's a very viable perspective to see things at. I think that the main focus would be getting reparations from the country that actually benefited off the back of slavery, as if everybody else, the country that's the top one. Do you think that America is the best country in the world?
I think that we have a great standard of living, but unfortunately, with us supporting the Zionists and blowing up the Palestinian children and all the evil we do with all the regime change, across the world, I don't. I love America as a people, but I hate the government and the regime and the banking cartels that occupy the government.
Yeah, see, I would say I agree with you on that stance. So, with all due disrespect to fuck the government, I think that the government should pay for reparations and then pay everybody else in the country who needs to get their
Right,
lick
but who
back
do
as
you
well.
think runs the government, though? Who do you think's really in charge?
BlackRock.
Hey, I 100% agree with that. But BlackRock's owner is Larry Fink, and do you know anything about Larry Fink?
Well,
You
tell
could
me.
say he's a white man. I mean, sure as hell looks white, but it's deeper than that.
They're like German, right?
No, Jewish.
Well, yeah, the whole country is built off like dominated by the Jews. But
Well,
yeah,
hey man, yo, let's get low, yo, let's get a hydrate chat for
Did you
that. Hell
know
yeah.
that,
W,
did you know the Ashkenazi Jews that you're talking
W.
about are Polish and German?
No,
That
Ashkenazis are Semitic. They
uh,
come from the Middle
we're
East.
not talking about their religion. We're talking about the actual
No, 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 no,
nations that
no.
they
I
come
I
from.
agree.
hold
Well,
on. Let us
Palestinians
speak.
are
Let us speak.
Semitic
Let
as
us speak.
No,
well. It's a
because
race.
I really think that you need some added on education. You said that this guy that you mentioned from BlackRock was Jew. and his nation would actually be either German or Polish. Jewish is what the OMB classified under a petition in 1980, no, 1918, no, shoot. Oh my God, I forgot the date that they established. But during the after a few years after the OMB was established, do you know what the OMB is?
No, enlighten me.
Office of Management and Budget. You're an American. You should know that.
Okay. I
So,
apologize,
um,
ma'am.
so you don't gotta apologize to me. You just be better. So at the end of
Yes,
the
ma'am. Yes,
day,
queen.
at the end of the day, um, these people come from a nation. And whiteness is just an umbrella term. That's why you can't live under an umbrella of whiteness, which is why
Well,
you
I
said
have
your
a
family.
definition for white, if you'd like to hear it.
I would like to finish my statement. Is
Okay,
that
yeah,
all?
go ahead.
Can you
Hmm.
control yourself so I can do that? Thank you. So, whiteness is just an umbrella term. And under the umbrella term, there are nations of people that have immigrated into this country. You yourself said your family is Irish or from Ireland. That means that they would be immigrants. You might be a first generation American. So, at the end of the day, even if this guy, the black guy, is Jewish, he's an Ashkenazi, but he's from a nation somewhere. And you mentioned Europe. Europe is not a language; it's a continent, and it actually was given its name by the Moors. So if you didn't know that, that's some other history for you too.
Europa comes from the Greek god Europa. That's where Europe gets its name. The Greek god, the
All
Greek
right. So
goddess Europa.
I would definitely tell you to study further,
Okay, you're just
and
wrong
you'll
about
you.
that, but
No,
sure.
I'm actually not
And
because
first
if
of all,
you.
the Arabs before the Silk Road slave trade were white. It says in the Hadith
But
that
you keep
Muhammad had
landing
red
back on
hair.
you keep talking about the slave trade, but I'm not even talking about the
I
slave
said
trade.
Silk Road slave trade, which
Again, I'm not
was
talking about any of
okay.
slave trades right now. I'm just letting you know Europe got its name from the Moors. If you didn't know that, look it up.
Europe got its name from the Greek goddess Europa.
No, no, it didn't.
Okay,
Prior
somebody
to
feel free to fact check that.
prior to any of the continents having the name Africa, the name Europe prior to that, they all started with an E. Africa was Ethiopia before it was given a name Africa by some white man. America the same way. America Vespucci was a Italian or something like that. And again, all these continents were named by Moors. So you can fact check that if you want.
Okay, sure.
Well, hopefully you got a, very insightful, informative conversation that you can actually vibe out with. Um,
Yeah, I appreciate you being nice to me and whatnot. These other people in the space, I didn't really appreciate their attitude, being kind of passive aggressive and whatnot. But I appreciate you being generous with me. So yeah.
King, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I know how to play this game, the same game that you're playing at this
Uh
moment in
huh.
time. So I basically know how to speak your language, and I think that everybody else is, they deal with people on a consistent daily basis that just want to talk, troll, and talk shit. So not that their limit for bullshit is just like through the roof, especially when they're trying to learn about not only themselves but everybody else internationally. Um, don't really take it like lighthearted. Just like you said, you came to troll. We got about 20, 30 different trolls that came in, and we just be trying to have intellectual conversations over here. It's not really, we got.
I understand the troll fatigue. I definitely get it. I have black people fatigue all the time. So it's like,
Yeah, I'm sure everybody got their little thing. It's
yeah.
okay. It's calm. Don't worry about
But
it. Uh,
I haven't raised my voice. I haven't been disrespectful. I'm just trying to,
nah,
enlighten the kangs and quangs on how it really is.
nah. At this moment in time, I feel like um, you're from the Caucasian type of background where,
I don't use that word. I say Indo-European,
well, I use
Caucasian.
Caucasian,
I don't know what
so
does
you
that
can
even
use
mean.
whatever you want. I understand that your chicken's a little unseasoned, so you coming over here for a little bit
Yeah,
of
yeah,
seasoning.
100%.
Yeah, I know. I feel you. I understand it. It's calm. You know, you got a little bit of
Hey,
season.
go wash your chicken with that Dawn dish soap.
Nah, that's more of a white person thing. But I'm gonna
Yeah.
let you rock out. I'll catch you later.
Adonis, can I ask him one question? King, what's your culture? What do you practice? What do you believe?
Oh, that's
My culture is are you aware, have you ever seen European architecture? That's
yes.
culture.
I'm
Have
in
you
London right now.
mathematics? And I understand the
Well,
Arabs
I
know how
was
to do
I
with
was actually
mathematics.
talking about I was more so talking about
Pythagoras, the one who
I was
invented
more
the
so I was more so talking about maybe from what your parents maybe passed down
oh, I
to
see what
you.
you're saying.
Hmm.
I kind of was born into this American consumerist, capitalist, anti-God materialist culture, and that's probably why I have a lot of built up resentment against the world. It's a culture this American culture, consumerism, capitalism, is one I absolutely despise, and so I'm trying to get back in touch with my European roots, so I can be more fulfilled spiritually.
Have you ever wondered if you was gay?
Wondered if I was gay.
Yeah.
I didn't until I started talking to you, honestly.
I know the black male testosterone turns a lot of
Yeah.
white men gay. I get it.
Uh huh.
You know, it's
The
normal.
BBC.
Yeah, I see. You already know. I could just imagine what your history on your laptop looks like.
Do you
But you know,
fantasize about white boys?
nah, no, there's
Okay.
nothing to fantasize about. But I just know y'all mo. I know what y'all down. Passive aggressive projection. I get it. You know,
Yeah,
don't
define
worry.
projection.
You like to project your own anger, so you like to express your angers of your own sexuality, because the majority of your women indulge in BBC type of interactions. So that
Yeah, I think
frustration.
the whole white woman, it is definitely a problem, but I think it's like a fetish. Like kind of like being I think the woman equivalent of a man being gay is a woman race mixing.
Wow. How many? So I can imagine, like, do you even have women? Like, do you interact with women?
I used to be kind of a degenerate in college and have a lot of casual sex, but that shit just makes you like depressed. That's just like taking advantage
I
of
know.
women.
I
So I don't
complete,
really do that shit anymore.
and that just wraps back around. So you stop interacting with women. Now you're just gay. I get it. Don't worry, bro. It's fine. I understand
Yeah,
how that works. It's cool.
100%.
But you play Fortnite or anything like that? Warzone? Any games that you're
Nah,
into?
I like read books and shit.
Or what kind of books you into?
Like Nietzsche,
Not as anime?
not anime. Like there's this one book. It kind of sounds like Minecraft. It was written by this Austrian artist. I don't know. It's kind of not very well known. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Nah, bro. I'm not familiar with it. But I'm gonna
Okay.
let you go. Get back to the
Yeah.
conversation. It was a pleasure having a conversation with you.
Hey, 1488. White America for the white man, Europe for the white man. Thanks for having me
I
on.
thought you were from Ireland.
I
What
don't know. He's
happened?
lost in the sauce. It's okay.
Oh
Enjoy the
my
rest of your day,
goodness.
bro.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh. He's so confused.
yeah. But it's all right. I like to like interact with like, and the reason why I let that particular situation rock out is because although he was trying to troll, he was intellectually trying to troll. So mentally, he thought that he was mentally more intelligent than us or than me at this moment in time. This is my room, so and I'm sitting there. I was like, all right, let's play this game. Let's see who's actually more intellectually smart or intellectually sound. And I like to play those particular games because that's how it is when you're interviewing people in the street and stuff like that. You know, like you're a smart ass. Well, I'm even a more smart ass, and I got people who's smarter than me around me. So let's just go. What he was trying to do is trigger emotional responses when in degenerateness and ignorance and oh, I'm gonna push a couple buttons and get people upset. That's why I started pushing people down. So I'm like, yo, chill, 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 because you started playing into that game. And it's like, nah, I could handle this. So let's see how smart you are. I gotta give props to somebody. Rels, you can hear me?
Yeah, are you talking to me?
Yeah, great job. You great job. You intellectually responded back in the most efficient way. I think you did a great job. Give her emoji, guys. That was a great job. She hit her with some knowledge, some information. Cece, I think her phone died or something. Cece was hitting great job and knowledge and stuff like that. Um, that's what it is in these type of situations. Like I'm more of an intellectual type of person, so the fact that he was literally trying to have an intellectually superior type of conversation, that's more my realm. I just don't deal with the people that's just on fuck shit. Like I'm just gonna troll, say crazy shit. Nah, he was trolling but saying crazy shit but trying to be in an intellectual way. And I feel like throughout that particular throughout that particular interaction, You know, I we intellectually made him embarrassed of his own self. He has some internal problems. Besides that, Yaya, your hand's been up for a minute. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Oh, she's been here, but
Oh, thank you. My arms were starting to hurt. Um,
I'm gonna add a couple people in while you're talking. Okay.
okay. Where do I need to start? One, the gentleman that was talking before, I do want to say, you don't have to accept me. Like, I understand it's like a part of my heritage to be accepting, but I also think that's how, my people get stabbed in the back time and time again. So, like, even though I don't know if you want to call me a halfie, like, it's okay. Like, I'm for Black Americans being more tribal, if that makes any sense. Maybe that's a little harsh, but it's okay to do that. And um, I think it was One Love. She mentioned something about like these people hating us, and they do. I mean, I would say, you would think that our demographic came together and took over their land and pillaged their people and all this stuff, when that could be furthest from the truth, and they still give you all this hate. I mean, it's hate to me. That's what I see. And it's very interesting that even while having this conversation in this room, you guys still talk and speak about these people with a level of grace. And I don't know, that's very respectable to me. And that's kind of why I clinch onto this side of my heritage. I don't know. And then there was other things I wanted to say, but I kind of lost track what was going on.
No,
But
I
oh,
think you
I
did
was
it.
going to ask, do you think that we have a lack of cultural pride? Like part of this is our fault?
No, not at all. I think we have a lot of cultural pride in ourselves itself. This is the reason why, like, I can't get frustrated. Like, all right, like even with the guy that was just on right now, uh, we got bigger fish to fry. We got bigger fish to fry, but he was intellectual enough to have an intellectual conversation back and forth compared to the other guy. The other guy I was on, he just wanted to say gibberish and nothing. He had nothing to say in his brain. This person actually had knowledge. So when it comes down to saying, is it our fault? No, nothing's our fault. We know what it is. You can't paint us as being the bad guy at any particular capacity. We have so much pride in who we are. Look at the Olympics. Look at everything we're accomplished. Look at all of the great things. Just like he said, he said a great statement. He said, patterns, based off patterns, I can just tell. Well, based on patterns, you could say that Black Americans are better than you, right? So
That's the good thing about black people and shit. Like we can agree to disagree. And, a lot of people think that we can't do that, but we can because I disagree. That honky was a fucking moron, man. He was not talking about anything that was relevant to anything. He couldn't explain why he had culture. He couldn't even like he was so comfortable with saying that, yeah, white people is murderous and all of this shit, but he wasn't comfortable with saying that his culture is war culture. Somebody asked him what his culture was, but he wasn't comfortable saying that their culture is war culture. He was a complete moron, and I don't think nothing was intellectual about him. I hate to come on like that, bro, but
No, 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 bro. I say this like when you got like, especially like, all right. So I like to make examples of people. When you got somebody like that who represents the white race or the Caucasian race itself, and they're speaking up in this particular ignorant type of standpoint, and they're making points from their side of the propaganda that's promoted to them. You can get frustrated about what they're saying, or you could just articulate your own self and then let other people see how
No,
they're
I
not
get that.
prepared.
No, I get what you're saying, bro. I totally understand what you're saying. I
Yeah.
get it. Like a motherfucker gonna spit in your face, but sometimes you need to know how to respond to that. Like they talk this type of way inside the conversations, and it's a direct spit in the face. But over, getting heated and that's you're not gonna really get your point across because that's gonna make everybody stand off. I get it. You got to be able, but sometimes you still got to be able to
Like, man, shut the fuck up. You ain't even talking about, you don't respect us. You're not talking like you respect us. One minute you're saying insulting shit to us, and then the next minute you're saying, like, I apologize if I'm being insulting. Yeah, I claim this culture. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
Roman.
yeah.
And I was like, man, shut the fuck
No, no,
up,
no.
bro.
Look, but look what you just said. You said it right there. Yes, he came. Look. All right, so yeah, this is what. Ooh, this is game. Yeah, that's the
Yeah, let's
game.
talk. Let's have a real conversation, nigga. And by the
But
way, I respect your shit, bro. I'm glad that I got a chance. I'm getting a chance to talk to you. I like what you be doing, your videos and shit, putting them niggas on. I think it's funny as hell, bro. Word
but
up.
you, bro, I appreciate it. But that's the game. You see how you see how I controlled that whole situation with him. He said he came in here just to troll and do a whole bunch of, but he couldn't even do that the way I handled them at that moment in time. You know, like his whole mo was trying to trigger people and get, but because of the way I handled him, he couldn't do that. Like he couldn't do his shit. Like that's what I'm training myself to do.
I
So
agree.
certain,
I agree that he couldn't do it. I agree, but I mean, but think about this, bro. Like it's like you said, black people and niches and black different.
yeah,
How we consider black people different. But just speaking about black Americans, like shit, we different too. It's some that is very intellectual. The
yeah.
way they speak might be a little rough and shit, but as intellectual people, we not get caught up on so much as like I called him a honky. Maybe we don't get so much caught up on me calling him a honky. Besides the fact that we know that he was full of shit. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Yeah.
Like it's like that. Like you had speakers like Malcolm X. You had speakers like Martin. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's a perfect representation of Black Americans. You got motherfuckers who fiery, but the message is still there, and you got motherfuckers like you who rather take it with a softer, gentler approach. But, bro, I was listening to this shit, and I want to let all the listeners know where I'm calling from. I'm calling from Brooklyn. I was listening to this shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie, it's a level of frustration with this shit, man. Listening to like why do y'all want reparations? Like, bro, are you sick? I could go into a million things about what I know and how I know them, but I don't think this space is for that. You
Hmm.
you are creating a space, bro, where people come in here. It don't matter who listening, but you got a whole bunch of Black Americans in here, and I don't think we should be talking about like all the shit we know and this is this and this is bad and this is wrong. I think we should be talking about a plan. And before anybody get me confused, I'm not saying that somebody should give me a plan or somebody should feed my family or I'm not a man. And I'm not saying that. I know how to take care of mine inside of this fucked up system, but a plan together, the reason why we not ever taking serious, we have no solidarity with each other and we're not organized under a single plan. Word up. Our most successful movement, if you ask me, was the civil rights movement. We call ourselves foundational Black Americans. We call ourselves ADOS, descendants of slaves. We're proud to be American and shit, but we're not continuing to build the foundation, bro. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, what's the
Can I,
plan? Would be my first
Right.
question, and my second question would you like to hear mine?
No,
Word.
I
look
would,
here.
I
First,
would, I would, I would love to hear, Marcus, what you got to say
yeah, that's
and
what I
what
was
your
gonna say.
plays is, plan is. But I want to, I want to um, solidify that bridge that you're talking about because a lot of us that are in here, we do spend a lot of time in proximity, and talking about a plan. I think it's everybody actually taking the time out. I think in coming into particular spaces where we do have those conversations, and a lot of times it doesn't happen. There was a gentleman that's Adonis knows who I'm talking about. His name was Black Majority State. So he just opened his business and he normally does his Saturday night spaces, but he's not going to. He had been doing it for over almost 3 years. And so finally his business opened, right? Black American Homeland. And
Yeah,
so he
yeah.
won't be having any more Saturday night spaces until he can kind of get solidified. But Black American Homeland is up here, and these two Black American men. came up with the Black American Homeland Plan, the Black State Majority. Some people call it Back to the South movement. And that is a discussion that Black Americans are having, and there is a plan behind it. I think what you are looking for is for us to have more conversations about it. And I just want to invite you into the fold because you're already there. And whatever you got going on, let us know so we can show up and be supportive, because this notion that we don't want to be in proximity with each other and we don't want to support each other is false.
It's
It's just we
completely
need to
false.
start, it's false, but we need to start seeing it in action so we can believe it. And
And
that's the part I hear you
maybe that could
calling.
build solidarity. Like maybe that's
Correct.
something that could build
Correct.
solidarity with each other. And
Yes.
it's tons of different plans out there. And I'm not saying that we don't want to make a plan, just like you saying. I'm not saying we don't want to make a plan, or we don't have plans, or we don't want to be, like you said, in proximity of each other, or like we just some fucking animals in the zoo. No, we're not like that. And yes, you're right. It's a lot of different plans out there on the federal level. Like that's what I mean too. Like I absolutely mean on a federal level, because the people that came before us, this the type of fight they was taking on. I think we lagged off a little bit, on this type particular fight on the federal level, where we fighting for the soul of the nation, for everybody. I think that is always been our destiny. I think as a people, like the only thing left for us to conquer is the political system. We can no longer be politically irrelevant. We can't be like, this is the system. We're proud to be American. We can't fight against it. We can't fight. Only thing we can do is get inside of it like we're supposed to be, on every level of it. And I think that is going to start federally. So what I am proposing is that Black Americans give the country a third choice, a third political choice. I don't have it all ironed out, because I'm writing a manifesto. I'm doing it right. And it's hard to figure out like what's best for Black people. Like you're one Black person, and then you have Black people from everywhere, from the South, from the Midwest, from the West Coast, everywhere. People from other countries, they don't realize how big our country actually is and how vastly different people are from region to region. But one thing about Black Americans, we always got that connection between us. So you can go to motherfucking New Orleans, or you can go to New York, and it's shit. We talking the same way, we walking the same way, we fly the same way. We got that connection. It is our destiny, niggas, to give the country the third choice. That's what I say on the federal level. I'm thinking of that. Now, getting people together on one page, getting people to like bet like minds. You know what I mean? Like on the same page, like
Well, if you let,
people who speaking
if
the
you,
same thing.
well, if
Bro, I'm
you,
gonna keep it
Black
real.
American, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to say Black American Homeland definitely could give you a little bit more information because he's on stage, but I'm going to just tell you that the federal level, it has to start with power from the states. That means you have to be able to capture at least majority power on the state level. That means you want to have 51% control. And our
Oh yeah,
population
like when you
numbers,
talk about
our
the structure
population,
of the political system, I understand the structure of the political system. When I
no,
say
no,
federal,
not the structure.
I mean just
No,
starting a
listen,
political
listen.
party
Hold
altogether
on, hold on,
on
hold
Oh,
the
on, hold on, hold
federal
on,
level.
hold on, hold on. Look, that I agree. I agree. I like that perspective. I like that side. But I've been doing marketing and PR and social media for a very long time. So the main focus will be around getting people to be on the same page. That's one of the
Facts
most difficult things to do because
in the
everybody
world.
has their own. Yeah, because they all have their own particular agenda. Everybody has their own particular place that they want to play. That's
Facts.
like even me, for somebody who gets tons of engagements and views, you know, I can barely keep a community of people around to actually make sure that I can get to the next steps to be able to solidify these particular states.
Facts.
I'm still
Facts.
at
But do
the
that make you want to quit?
yes.
Wow.
Every because it's very disheartening. Like right now, I'm in this audio room sitting down talking to you guys while I'm editing a full blown YouTube video. All these clips I sit down and edit, they take me days. Like I'll be up 48 hours editing all these clips. And like
Ah, bro, don't give up though, bro.
oh,
Like
I'm
you
not gonna give
don't
up.
don't.
I'm not gonna give up. Hold on, I'm just answering this question. Like, I'm not gonna give up. It's just like in reality of what it is. Like, people only care about what they care about. Right now, the only thing that's keeping us all together is the fact that we have this one true thing that we're connected by being Black American. Besides that, every single one of us has our own personal journey and our own personal identities that we want to push forward to. So if you're talking from a political angle, somebody else might be talking from a health department angle. Another
And
person
that
might
goes
talk.
back to the solidarity thing I was saying, bro. When I first
Yeah,
started talking, I said the solidarity and organization under one plan is what separate us from the honkies. Because the honkies had the same thing going on. Everybody wanted this, everybody wanted that. But when they came together to make these rules and set this structure and all of this, they was able to put things to the side and come together. I'm not saying we are them because we are never, ever going to be them. I'm saying that we will have to look at it on a federal level. Not that the state level don't matter. If you start a political party, you're going to introduce it federally and you're going to just put your flag up. You're putting your flag up. Like me starting a political party, I don't want to be the fucking president or the governor of nothing. I want to be the motherfucker who made the platform. I'm talking about the smartest, brightest minds that's ready to push this shit forward. And that could be at the state level, that could be at the federal level. But everybody under this one party. I have a symbol, I don't have a name, and I'm halfway through a manifesto. Because like I said, it's the same thing you're saying. You got all these ideas, all these different people who think different, and who the fuck am I to sit down and write this shit down like everybody's gonna follow it? That's where I'm stuck at. You're saying the right shit, bro, and I understand. But I'm never. You understand me? I'm never gonna quit, boy. Not ever in a million years, and I'll be the same disheartening as you. You know how lit we
Hey,
is,
Marcus.
bro. We too lit.
Hey,
We
Marcus,
too
this is
lit.
Black
Yeah,
American Homeland. Hey,
yeah,
Marcus.
bro. Yes.
Yeah, I wrote a book called Black Paper, Black American Homeland, right? And we talk about a political party. That's one of the first things we have to establish to take supermajority and political control of a state. You know, you have to start a
Fact.
political party, and so I already have that already documented, right? What I would like
Fact.
to do is you follow me, right? And I
Okay,
will
I
send
will.
you some information, and maybe that can help you with your what you
Man,
want to
this
do.
is what I'm talking about. That sound great, bro. That sound absolutely fantastic. I would love to hear every single thing y'all got going on, and not just so I can respond with some type of like I really want to know what y'all got going on. And Adonis, I really mean what I said, bro. I've been watching you, and this is a good. I'm happy for this opportunity, bro, to be able to talk to you because you might be still figuring your shit out, bro, and all of that. But the things that you're doing, bro, you know what I'm saying? You're not doing just regular shit. Ain't like you're around just strictly in the hood or strictly in the United States, just talking to people like you taking this message on the road, bro. I got mad respect for you, bro. That's the type of shit you got to keep doing and showing us. You got to show us, man. I ain't never been over there where them niggas is at. I don't even know how them niggas think of nothing, but some of the shit you be playing, man, bro. I appreciate your videos, man, and you introducing me. I'm gonna follow you, bro. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Everybody for listening. I ain't gonna take no more time up
Marcus,
from
can I ask
y'all.
you a question?
You absolutely
Any
can ask me a question.
anything. I just want to ask, like, how do you make sure like history doesn't repeat itself? Like anything you build, how do you know like it's gonna stay within the family?
I
Like
know, I
stay
know
amongst.
exactly what you mean. It was a chapter in Revolutionary Suicide that talked all about that. Talked about keeping things close and keeping, so you won't have people trying to rip it down. I understand that. All I can say is, like, we learned from our past mistakes. Like, we know these things. If you any space you go into, you hear black people talking all the time about their history and how much they know about it and the things that's happened to the people before us and what to look out for and why we don't trust and why we do trust. We talk about this all. We are the most knowledgeable about this country, about this constitution, about the people that's inside of it, the roads, the counties, the bridges, everything. This our shit. I think the solidarity.
And Yaya, to answer your question on top of what Marcus is saying is we believe in 14A over 2A. And so there's responsible gun owners and there are irresponsible people who use guns for like us, like someone was talking about how white folks been doing the colonizing. We're not into doing anything like that. We want to protect what we have built or what we're rebuilding. The one thing that our ancestors did not get to do fully is they did not get to exercise their right to 14A over 2A. And we're calling people to bear arms if you have to protect your land, demand protections from your land, and we're also calling for government to pass a protected class status for Black American descendants. So again, that all is discussed under Black majority state. Black American homeland definitely talks about that, and I think that's a great question because everything we have built, we were always decimated by it, but it's a new day, and we are a different
It's
generation.
I think the political party go hand in hand, like y'all both saying, because we won't be no longer asking people to pass these bills or anything like that, because we gave the country a third choice, and we got some of the brightest, some of the smartest on each level of the government in the Senate and Congress. Yeah, this ain't gonna happen overnight. That's what I think people don't understand. Like if you in this fight for black people, then you fully understand that this ain't for you. That's how I know the
Well,
real ones when I talk to them. Like, this ain't for you. This gonna be for my daughters and their kids and your kids and their kids. Like, you gotta love black people in order to dedicate your life to something like that. And I
but
feel
would
like our
you?
best chance is a political party. So we no longer trying to send bills through this and send bills through this, but we got people inside the House, inside the Senate that's advocating for it because the country now has a third choice. And like I said, I got a symbol and I'm halfway through a manifesto. Talking to people like y'all gives me more spirit.
But like, would you say we have no allies, even people who share our same skin tone? Like, we don't really have any cultural privacy. I would say that a lot of times I feel like we show our hand too much. Like if we could acknowledge we're on the world stage, I feel like sometimes as Black people we talk too much on the internet. Like we reveal too much of ourselves too much, and I just feel like I don't
I think
understand
that
how we
that's
don't
all.
understand
I
that.
think that's a moot point. We gave the world hip hop. We gave the world the hip hop culture. So to me, that's a moot point. Like we already been revealing ourselves and our pain and everything. We've helped the world healed in many ways. We gave the world a background, a soundtrack to some of these horrific things that was going on in the world. We made people laugh. We introduced new genres of music and everything. We're on the stage for the world to see. We don't need to hide. We don't need to be slick. We don't need to be any way that our oppressors were. We need to learn everything that we know. We need to listen to each other sometimes. And ain't nothing private about this. There are countries that have been seeing this fight, governments around the world that's been seeing this fight between black people and white people in particularly the structure in particular. They've been seeing this shit. You will be surprised how many allies we would have if we stood up in solidarity and organization under one plan. You'd be surprised how many
And
people come to us.
we're not talking strategy, yeah, yeah. But let me ask you this one question. I'm gonna land because I see the hands. Let me ask you this: what's the best way to hide something
Right in
In
front of your
plain
face.
sight.
in
Just
plain
put it right in
sight?
your face. Put it
In
right in your
plain
face.
sight, but you don't discuss strategy. You never heard anybody discuss strategy if you've ever been in a space. But in order to, like Marcus was saying, in order to get people in the collective of knowing what's happening, you got to
You
talk
got
about
it
it, right?
But then how do
We
exactly.
we
Thank you
avoid?
we're
so
not.
much.
But
Exactly. You are
listen what I just
absolutely
said. I'm
fucking
gonna
right,
repeat
man. You
myself.
on it.
Hold on. I'm gonna repeat what I just
You
said.
on it.
We we don't we don't discuss strategy.
Yeah, it's a
But
fact.
we have to talk about what ails our people as a collective.
Get
So
the
there's a
collective.
difference. There's a
Boom.
difference. There is a
Beautiful.
difference, if that
It's
makes sense.
beautiful. This
Okay.
group is fucking beautiful.
Okay.
Adonis, your space is fucking beautiful. And I can tell you, bro, I was in Tyreek's space for a little while and shit, trying to figure it out. Cause anytime I hear people talking about they foundational black Americans and how proud they is, that shit make me curious. Man, this is a totally different space from that. It is a lot of hate in that foundational black American space. And I don't know what the fuck has happened to us. Like we forgot how much hatred we've been through or something. But that space and this space, hats off to you, brother. You got a great space. And sister who was just talking, thank you. You are extension of my brain and what I'm thinking. I appreciate you too.
No, I appreciate it, man. I've been in Tyreek's space. I like the way he's a good leader. He puts his foot on people's necks. He keeps his foot on other people's necks and stuff like that. We just have different methods on how we get the point across, but at the same time, we just trying to make it to the same goal. So, for me, I really try to open up the space to a lot of different other cultures and a lot of different other people because I think that certain conversations are meant to happen, and when we all stop talking, bad things start happening. So.
The other lady
Um,
said it best. She said we didn't have no allies. And my this is my point against Tyreek. And I'm saying it's against him. He
Nah,
gon'
don't be
he gonna
against
push.
Tyreek. He's making a good.
No,
He's
I'm
making a
saying
good
this is
thing.
my no, I'm not I'm saying my point against him. You know, right
All
now,
right.
like I'm not gonna say I'm 100% against him. But far as that girl who was just talking about, I mean the lady who was just talking about allies, he's spitting in faces of people who could be our allies. Like we need allies. We ain't gonna get none of this shit done without allies. And you on this shit calling people musty and tethers and all of this shit. Like I understand the shit about having pride and all of that shit, but like I know an Indian woman and a Jamaican man who met at black pro-black meetings at Berkeley, and those people turned out to be Kamala Harris parents. Like, how could they be against me? It don't matter if they fucking whatever. These niggas was at the meetings that helped birth the Black Panthers. Like, you don't know what like people care about what's happening to us. We cannot tether people to death and you're not black American, so we don't want to listen to anything you got to say and da da da. Like people
Nah.
love
All
us.
right. All right. Yeah. I understand that. I understand that point. Hold on, guys. Chill. 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 We get it. We get it. But listen, I'm trying to get past. Like everyone articulates themselves completely differently, and I'm trying to get past his own biases and understand his point what he's trying to make. And I agree with that. I agree that um I agree that we have to be able to communicate with everybody and have the conversation with everybody. And a lot of people don't have the mental capacity to deal with these type of people. I've conducted myself in a way where I'm able to deal with the bullshits and the trolls of people to get the intellectual conversations out. And a lot of
Right,
other people have to. And just to clarify to you,
right.
um, not everybody has to do that. Not there are people that just don't want to deal with the shit, and we need people that just don't want to deal with the shit. And some people don't want to sit here and listen to me interact with somebody who's not Black American and don't want to listen to their points of views. Don't want to. Some people don't want to be on some type of intellectual type of conversation with
But you've
everybody
been in
on some.
Tyreek spaces though, right? You've been in his
Yeah.
spaces. All he want to talk to is white people and people who are against us. It's like he just want to, like I said, just show how much he know and you're
Nah, nah.
this and
Hold on.
No,
that's all
Marcus,
he
but
talk
that's
to is white people.
Hold on. No, no. Like, I'm gonna say this. Tyreek has Tyreek was somebody he's references to Tyreek Nasheed. He has a significant hold and a significant amount of reach and engagement on a huge demographic of people. People that I would never even be able to talk to because we have different backgrounds and different environments. So even though he does talk to these demographic of people and these that's something that a lot of people won't even have the opportunity to do. When I sit down and I look at when I look at Tariq Nasheed, sorry, Tyreek, wow. When I look at Tariq Nasheed, I sit down and I look at this guy has accumulated so much reach, so much engagement. Now I'm thinking about it from a content creator perspective as well. He's brought so much reach, so much engagement, and he's connected to so many different types of people where he's able to sit down and show people full blown conversations from people that we would
Yeah, but
never have
so
the
is
opportunity to speak
Charleston
to.
White. So is Charleston White. So is a lot of. So is the Hawk Tui girl. Like so is a lot of motherfuckers. They able to get the reach out there and shit. But what like, if he got so much reach and shit? He got so many people following him. It's the same question I'm asking. Like why so much time dedicated to telling motherfuckers what we already know, or telling a white person like we're gonna get reparations, we're gonna get the cash dollar amount, like which I'm for. Shit, I would love that. We deserve
Yeah,
it.
but
Where,
Marcus,
but
but Marcus,
that's all
they
they do is
actually
talk
when
this type
but
of
when
shit.
he when he holds his space just like Adonis is holding his space, people come on his stage. He doesn't invite them people onto his stage. I've been in Tariq Nasheed's room and I've listened, and when the people come onto his stage, they ask questions that
He
he
pick and choose
engages
the
with.
people that come on his stage. Yes, he do. He will cut
Hold
people
on,
off. He
hold
will
on,
kick you
Nigga,
out,
Marcus,
and
where is
he
you
on point.
from? Where the fuck
Marcus.
is your family from,
Listen to
bro?
what.
You a black American?
My
What the
family
fuck is
is
you
from
talking about? Like
Alabama.
you,
My
nah,
family
you
from
slumming
Alabama,
it.
bro.
You
My family
slumming it.
from
Nah,
Alabama,
nah, nah,
bro.
nah,
My
nah. I
family from
smell
Alabama, bro.
mustiness. I smell a lot of mustiness. Fuck is you
I
talking
don't
about?
care what you say. My
Nigga,
family from Alabama, boy.
you
My family
sound
is Slaughter and
championship.
Horton.
You
My
sound
family is
late,
Slaughter and
nigga. Fuck
Horton.
is
You
you
doing a
talking
lot of
about?
talking.
You
You doing
sitting
a
over
lot of
here talking
talking.
that
My
wild
family is
cheddar shit,
Slaughter and Horton.
nigga.
And on that note, I'm sitting here dying. On that note, that's when I know it's time to end the room. Thank you so much for joining the day, guys. It was a great conversation. We held it together as long as we could,
Man,
but
my
we held it together as long as we could. Well, I think we had a good time. Can everybody spam 100 emojis in the chat if you had a great conversation, if you enjoyed the room, if you think appreciate all of you guys. It just started getting wild. It's 6 o'clock in the morning over here in London, 6:25 in the morning. I stayed up until all the morning time to have this conversation with you guys. I appreciate you guys for being here. Um, I found this guy, by the way, just to let you guys know, just real quick. Um, I found this guy in the video we're talking about. That guy who said Black Americans don't are lost. I honestly believe I found him and I pinned him on my Instagram post of this clip. So in my on my Instagram right now, I pinned this guy. I've also sent him a message on Instagram, a private message to him. What I want you to do is go to my Instagram and tag this guy in my Instagram post because I want him to respond and hopefully I can get the interview with him tomorrow or today. Like, because he was talking hot and I want it. So I sent him a message on Instagram. Hopefully he doesn't dug the smoke. Like I said on my Instagram right now, I tagged him in this post and in the comments, of course, I pinned the comment of his thing. Tag him a million times in the post, and let's get his ass because I want to interview him. He's talking crazy, too much dip on his chip, and let's get him to pipe the fuck down. Thank you so much for being in the broadcast. I appreciate every single one of you guys. I'm sorry I didn't get everybody in the broadcast to chat. I'm gonna try to do a little bit more audio rooms. I'm just so busy. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna finish editing this new YouTube video that needs to drop on Thursday, which you're going to see the videos. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You're going to see the videos because these videos are going to go viral. I'm saying it ahead of time. The videos this new video is going to drop on Thursday, and you're going to from Thursday to Sunday, there's going to be a whole bunch of new clips that's going to start being dropped, and they're going to go viral. And just know I'm talking about this video right now. But thank you so much for being in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. And yeah, don't forget to like this live, this audio room. Don't forget to like this audio room so more people can watch it and listen to it. I think we had a great informative conversation. Love you guys. Stay blessed. Enjoy the rest of your night. Peace.